sorry. So this is back to September 1st, 2021 meeting of the Board of Health. All right, so we've discussed several items to add. Oh, and Ellen, I want to ask, did we get any new farm pond test results since the last?
I sent the raw data that we received today.
Oh, okay.
All of you.
Okay.
So you want to add
that? I was busy right up until this. So, all right, well, that'd be another topic. So we would have to add farm pond, West Nile virus, COVID clinic. And was that it, those three? And do we have a motion to add those three items to the agenda?
So moved.
Second.
Daryl Beardsley, aye.
Matt Beavers, aye.
Lisa, I.
Matt Vitale, aye.
Okay, and so as people could tell, because it's a virtual meeting, we do roll call votes. All right.
Is Rebecca not here?
I haven't seen her yet, but.
All right, so just put her as not no vote.
Okay. Now I see a number of people here who are town employees. So I'm going to guess that we should perhaps take up the town offices and town board meeting policies
Sounds
for
good.
COVID. Does that sound reasonable? Okay, so there are certainly quite a number of towns in the area that are having masking policies in town offices again, and or with visitors being masked as well. So I want to bring that up, given that we have had between 1 and 3 COVID cases a day in Sherborn for the past couple of weeks. So this is back to, I think, neck and neck with the highest that we had in the past. I would be in favor of having masks again required.
So I didn't run the, so every week I do the Dover Sherborn combined data. And I know Dover has a similar topic on an upcoming agenda. And so I looked at the Dover data today, but didn't look at separate carved out Sherborn data. If we consider the combined towns, which has got some inherent limitations, right now we're at about half of where peak was last winter, with our case rate was at about 20 per 100,000 per day in the report last week, where our peak I think was 43. But certainly we're seeing a local uptick that's notable. And my impression is that the kind of current increase between Dover and Sherborn has been a little bit more Sherborn than Dover. So it's certainly possible we're kind of above that 50% mark from previous peak.
I also want to add that some towns and cities in the state are now asking their town employees to, are mandating the vaccine as well. So just putting that out there. Not advocating, I'm just stating a fact.
Oh, and the other thing listed here is about meetings. Do we require, recommend, encourage that any public meetings on behalf of the town remain remote by virtual, or do we want to allow in-person or hybrid meetings?
So I'd say first and foremost, I think I'm definitely concerned about both the increased transmissibility of Delta and the local upticks we're seeing. And I think it really illustrates that even with a high local vaccination rate, there remains vulnerability. My personal position on the meetings, though, I'm not sure that I'm right, is that I think just as I wouldn't want to be compelled to return to in-person meetings, if there are boards that find that in-person meetings are the most effective, I would sort of defer to those boards in the absence of an overwhelming state mandate, given that I do think we have relatively good control. I don't feel super strongly about the indoor masking. I certainly have it at my workplace, and I think I would feel anxious if it weren't. Again, I don't know that we're certainly a low risk community. historically relative to the state, but right now we're running right out about the state average comparing the district to the state in last week's data, for example. But it's a little tough if the state isn't doing it. I don't know that I'd be enthusiastic about extending it to private businesses. I would tend to favor it for municipal buildings, but I'd also love to hear the opinion of other municipal stakeholders who are here, because I sort of have a biased perspective in it.
Yeah, I would make the observation that our participation rate has increased with the virtual meetings. It's not even close. I've been counting how many people have been attending our meetings in the virtual format versus looking at retrospectively the last couple of years in person. And there is no comparison that there is a much higher participation rate with the virtual meetings. People feel comfortable, they feel safe. And in our towns, certainly there's a lot of Wi-Fi available in the area and accessibility. So, one positive of the virtual meetings is also that we seem to have an enhanced participation, which I think is a really positive thing. And then I would ask a question. So our town offices and other, entities in the town, are they all back in the office on, any kind of full-time basis? That's a question. I don't know the answer. Does anyone?
For the most part, they are.
Okay. So
I was in town hall this week and it was pretty full.
Okay.
So here's, I like Matt's idea about boards and committees having some ability to make that determination themselves. But then when it comes to, will the public, so maybe all the board or committee members could agree to have an in-person meeting, but then that forces anyone who wants to participate to show up in town hall or wherever else it might be held, police station, for a meeting. And I still feel indoor air spaces are so much different than being outdoors and elsewhere, that someone coming in, even if it's at night when the staff has gone home, that there's still a risk. And certainly masks stop more virus from coming out than stop virus from going in. I'm really oversimplifying that, but so I think it reduces accessibility under these circumstances. So by wearing masks at all time in the buildings, and that makes everything else easier, I think.
What are the select board doing, Jeff?
Well, before I answer that, I think there's been talk of maybe going to in-person, but hybrid. But one thing I want to point out first is we're close, but the front steps aren't completed. So technically, yeah, Jeannie's got a point there too. Technically, we're not handicapped accessible right now without the front door ramp. And so we probably want to wait until that we really truly can allow anyone that wants to attend a meeting, if it is in person, to get there physically. But Jeannie just made a point. I wasn't aware of that. She said Gino's looking into equipment to have hybrid meetings. I don't know whether just Gino or whether maybe there's other people that David's got working, Kevin or someone else maybe, but we'll probably have to consider hybrid capabilities at some point.
Right. Well, the planning board, I believe, is planning to have their next meeting be in person. So that's part of what prompted this, is that there was an upcoming meeting.
I agree with Matt that I think we should probably leave it to boards if they think it's better, but I wouldn't, be opposed to making a recommendation that, if at all reasonable, to be remote, just given current transmission rates and, as Lisa said, the increased access. I'd also be in favor of masks in municipal buildings. I think there's justification there too, where, well, Matt said we haven't done the numbers for Sherborn, but I think we're at the rate where the CDC recommends indoor masking by everyone. And that sort of gives us a metric by which we can sort of turn that on and off. And I think at this point, it probably would make sense to mask inside. And then we could just keep watching that and always, reverse that if things drop down.
Right, which is our general standing rule for all of this, is ready to change as new information comes out. Anyone else on the board want to comment? Otherwise, we could see if there's anyone in attendance who would like to speak to this issue. Oh, and so I haven't had a chance to speak with the interdepartmental COVID-19 work group yet about this. But Zach Ward is here, so I don't know if he'd like to speak. Or
I'm
anyone
just
else.
listening to the experts, Daryl, you know?
Oh, okay.
No, I'm just kidding.
You're
I'm
an
in the
expert
middle
now
of
too.
Another thing right now at the same time, but you know, I'll certainly support whatever the Board of Health wants to do.
Okay, so Pam, would you like to make a comment?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yeah,
I just want to be clear of what you guys are deciding. So is it everybody coming into the town hall is supposed to be wearing a mask and us as employees too?
yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, I think we haven't officially decided anything, but I think most of us feel it would be everybody inside.
Okay. Oh, I don't know what the heck I'm doing over here. Okay.
Oh, I
I
thought
thought
you'd
you were
like
really
that.
excited about our answer.
Lower. There we go. I don't know how to do that.
We'll
But
take
yay,
it.
good.
We'll take it. We'll take it, Pam.
Yeah, whether you intended that or not, was enough to take that as a,
At least there wasn't something else that I could have clicked on, right?
okay, is there anybody else who wants to comment? Those who are affected by this? Marion. You're on, but you're not unmuted yet.
Sorry. I believe it's Wellesley. One of our neighbor towns has instituted a mask mandate indoors in all public buildings, including town hall. Just a note. And
Yeah,
so,
and I believe Needham as well.
yeah,
And I think Dover's probably about to do it.
so that seems consistent and certainly makes sense. It's better to start with a little more protection and then you can back off.
Mhm. Jeannie,
Yeah, I have a quick question. Will it be what it was before? If you're 6 feet apart in your office, you don't have to wear a mask, or?
I don't believe in that. So for me, it would be a no, but everyone else can vote as they think. But I do not believe when you're indoors that 6 feet is some magic number that keeps the aerosols from floating over to you.
Well,
So-
Based on the
we did
fluid
it.
dynamic science principles, I just don't agree with that. That's a very ancient number that's been applied to
Well,
this.
it-
Works
the-
for coughing, I think.
Right,
Well-
Yeah,
that was the origin. That was the origin. It wasn't ever intended for, airborne transmission to be protective, because that's a reflection of, how many air exchanges are happening with the outdoor air. And so we're all breathing, the same air in a confined space. So that was really the genesis of that, was much more about the droplets versus the aerosol dispersion. So I
Mhm.
think, I don't think we should have exceptions for distance. It should be either we're supportive of it or not.
I guess my question is that we did it during total
The first-
lockdown, and it
So
was,
Can I,
That was never our
can I-
recommendation.
can I-
People
Daryl, can I
did it.
tackle
because-
this? Is it okay if I tackle it?
Yep,
So Jeannie, there's actually a really good article that came out of an outbreak in Marin County looking at an elementary school, which I think isn't a perfect parallel for what we're thinking about in town hall, where I suspect most of our town employees are vaccinated. Most of the people who come in are vaccinated. And in this example, what occurred was that there was an elementary school teacher who was reading within the classroom and was greater than 6 feet from the front of the classroom to the first row desks, and then I think an additional 6 feet for the second row. And in this case, the kind of operative variant was the Delta variant. And in this one, there's a really clear pattern where you see like a substantial portion of the front row of students became infected. They actually did genetic testing, and so can then pair and say, you are not only infected with Delta, but it's actually the same genetic variant that came from the teacher. So it's like a genetic family tree of the COVID. And so in this case, what they saw is that with Delta, I think we're seeing more transmissibility. I think for me, it's probably somewhere in between. I think if it's an unoccupied or a solely occupied office, that's not expected to have entrance, I'm not sure that doesn't seem unreasonable, but I think if it's that we've got 2 people in an office and they're 7 feet away, I think some of the data like that, though this is a single case series, it's not it's not a trial, it's one set of observations, but I think it illustrates some of the risks and trade-offs. So I think for me, I would recommend against having it be like, if you're 7 feet apart, it's okay. But I do think if somebody is the only person in an office in a period of time where the public doesn't have access, I'm not really worried about it going under doors or through vents very much. But
I
And
would
that
agree.
was
I think
pretty
that's,
much our guidance the last time around.
that's consistent with what we're doing at work, where we've sort of never stopped wearing masks. If you're alone in a private office, mask off is okay, but any other shared space, mask on, regardless of distance. I mean, obviously, if people need to eat, like you need to eat, but we want to have you spaced as well as possible and take your mask off and things like that. But I think unless you're alone in an office, it doesn't make sense to be unmasked.
The other issue is that, so people are vaccinated, so the point of that is so that you don't get severely ill. But we're still transmitting it, which has now been, made clear that yes, we can still pass on, especially Delta, to others. And this is about stopping the spread and, of course, protecting, say, the kids under 12. I mean, so that's the group I think about a lot at the moment, is I do not want to be responsible for giving it to them. And I don't know, Matt Beavers, if you want to comment on seeing that there are children's hospitals across the US that are declaring that they're having quite a challenge these days with pediatric cases, but I don't know if that's a very tiny percent. I assume it is.
I think
people
overall
that-
the numbers are, I mean, I think yes, we're seeing more pediatric cases. We're seeing them mostly in areas where vaccination rates are low. I think we're not seeing a ton of them here, just like we're not seeing ICU, capacity being strapped here at all. I think a number I heard today was 40% of ICU beds are COVID in the US, but there's a huge difference, right? Like I think we're at something like 6% or something for us.
Oh, okay.
So it's people are not being as sick. And I think the pediatric cases you're seeing largely in areas where there's much less vaccination. And so, but obviously it's still a concern. I think it doesn't sort of change the issue that we're seeing increased transmission, even with high vaccination rates in the community. And so I think masking still makes sense.
Okay. Oh, Marion.
Yeah, not this discussion, but I need to circle back just for a moment to the question of accessibility and the ramp and the entrance to town hall. just so I know, for the planning board meeting coming up on September 7th, where there's 2 public hearings, is it legal for the planning board to hold the meeting in person? Or is it not? Just so I know what to tell the planning board.
My suggestion, Marion, is to see if you can book the police station.
Oh, right.
Can you do that? Because that would be fully accessible, and
Yeah, that's right. And
I
that
think
it's
that
not
would-
up to me. I just wanted to be able to report to the planning board how they should proceed.
that would be a good option. I don't know that town hall steps will be finished, so that might be a good option so that it's fully ADA compliant.
Yeah, good to know. Okay.
I can see Sean has his hand up.
Yeah, I'm glad I joined. That wasn't really a Board of Health question.
No,
I committed.
you notice the Board of Health did not answer that question.
Yeah, good answer. To Marion's question, that I committed to having that ready, and it will be ready.
Oh, okay.
So they cleared the fence out today. We have to do some temporary paving before the final paving to the ramp, but the ramp will be ready. The front door will be open prior to that meeting on the 7th. So please do not ask the planning board to change that.
Okay, thanks, Sean. That's good to know. And sorry for diverting the discussion. It was talked about before, so I brought it back.
I was waiting in the I was in the waiting room for a while, so I don't know how many other people were in there.
Jeff, you're getting demerits.
Sorry, we were no discrimination. We were asleep at the switch. Sorry.
So do we want to
Okay.
address the issue of masking inside with a motion?
Are you offering to do that?
Sure. I would move that we require masking indoors in public buildings in Sherborn by both employees and visitors until we see a reduction in community transmission rates.
And Matt, that's municipal buildings, correct?
Yes, yes.
And
And
do we
I
have,
would add, unless you are in an office alone with
The
the door
sole
closed.
occupant of an office.
That's a
Yeah.
nice way to put it.
All right, do you want me to try again?
and do you want to mention a threshold below, like, is there a cutoff, or if it's like less than 2% or 1%, or is that too detailed?
I think the CDC defines it as substantial or high transmission, which I think they call 15 cases per 100,000 average over 2 weeks, but I'm not 100% sure on that. Matt, am I right on that number?
Or we could just say consistent with CDC.
I think that's probably the best thing to do. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
let's do that.
because if CDC changes it, then we want
Right.
to pair with that as opposed
Yeah.
to.
Okay, we'll reference them. Okay.
All right, so I would move that we require masking indoors in municipal buildings by staff and visitors unless you're the sole occupant of an office, and that this will be revisited based on CDC guidelines regarding community transmission.
So
Second,
moved.
oops, seconded.
Okay, any other comments? Daryl, I.
Matt Beavers, aye.
Lisa, I.
Becca Honeywell, aye.
Matt Vitale, aye.
Okay,
When does this begin? Will this begin effective tomorrow or Monday or?
I think we need to have time to communicate it to town hall staff.
Yeah.
Mhm.
What seems realistic? Like, to me, I'd say like, I'd give it at least a week, but I don't know what timeline's realistic.
How about by next Monday?
That's
Be
Labor Day.
sensitive to the fact that it's like, we've got Thursday, then town hall's closed, then we've got Labor Day.
Yeah, I would say
Oh,
Tuesday.
it's Labor Day Monday. Ah,
Tuesday seems reasonable.
okay, Tuesday. And Zach, do you have any comments? Like, do you want us to hold off until the COVID work group has a chance to meet?
No, I think, as far as I'm concerned, that certainly falls within the parameters of the Board of Health, and I think it ultimately is the Board of Health's decision. So, if you want to hold a meeting and have some further discussion, I'd be happy to, but it's certainly up to the board, I think.
Okay, so we'll do this, but it's like everything else. We are getting new information all the time to weave into these decisions, so we could continue to do that.
Pam's got a question in the text there about limited, will there be any limits to the amount of people coming into town hall?
I would favor not, although it's with some ambivalence, because again, I think if our operations are largely in person and people are back in the office, I think the goal here is to say, how do we balance an appropriate desire to minimize risk with a shared desire to allow adequate public access? And I think that's kind of trying to find the sweet spot. I think the most risk averse way would be to limit public access, but I think that comes with a variety of other disruptions that I'm not totally sure are warranted with where we are right now, though that can certainly change.
I would also add that I'd like to hear from town employees if things get really busy or people are no longer, the public that you're serving is no longer availing itself of the options to do things remotely, either have, such as the Board of Health has been scanning information and sending it out to people. So if people change back and you find that a burden, let us know, and then we should, it's not necessarily our call, but certainly work with the town administration on that to figure out something that works for you. And that was Pam's question. Is that okay, Pam? So unfortunately, I don't, oh, okay, great. I usually can't keep up with chat when I'm trying to run the meetings. All right. Let's see. So in 3 minutes, do we have a 3-minute item? Is the MIAA guidance received short, Ellen? As in, we didn't receive any yet?
Yes, I think,
Okay. All right, so we've covered that.
I think with the fall sports, there are no special restrictions because they're all outdoor sports. Because we don't do volleyball.
Okay, I'll mention the COVID clinic. Pilgrim Church had something posted on Nextdoor that they're going to be holding a couple of COVID clinics, I believe. And so it's posted on Nextdoor. There's a website to go to. And this sounds to me like one of the strategies that this White House COVID team was developing, was to work with what they considered maybe trusted folks within communities to help with acceptance of vaccinations by people who were hesitant. And so they were focusing more on religious and community groups and smaller community health centers. That's part of why the pharmacy program was pushed, to get all the pharmacies up to speed on delivering vaccines, or helping, not all the pharmacies, as many as they could. So I'm not sure, but I assume they did mention that they're partnering with another group on this. And it's open to anybody. And I think they were offering Pfizer and J&J.
I wonder if it is one of the state mobile vans that will come and conduct the clinic. I don't know.
That would make sense to me, just in terms of the refrigeration issue.
They listed the service that's provided at JR Health or something like that. I forget what it was, but they listed the name of the vendor.
Yeah, right. I can't
Just
recall it either.
I mentioned in the email, it seems very odd to me, given how high our vaccination rates are. There, and probably some people have reasons for not getting vaccinated if they're, have health issues. So just don't know who the target audience is, and I can see them getting overwhelmed with people thinking this is a booster shot. That's why I suggest to be on the, because if 95% of our town, or whatever the number is already vaccinated, including under 12 to 18s, I'm not sure who the target
That's a
audience
good
would
point,
be.
because
And the odd thing is that they're having it for only 4 hours, and it's from noon to 4 p.m. so that anyone that's in school or working is excluded. So it's like almost by design, seniors, it seemed like.
Good point on the boosters, because I read through it to make sure it wasn't boosters, as that hasn't been quite authorized yet. But you're right, people may misunderstand and think it is for
Well, when there'd be
boosters.
no one else, because if they're noon to 4 p.m. on a weekday and at Pilgrim Church, that seems to be seniors. And we're probably, I don't know what we are. You guys can tell me 98 or 99%.
High 90s.
High 90s for vaccinations. So I think they're going to run into trouble, is my guess. So not that we have to solve it for them, but it doesn't
No, I
seem-
wondered if they also had a greater network outside of Sherborn. Just
they have some member. I mean, Diane is on here. I think Diane is actually a member of Pilgrim Church. But it just seems funny to me. So we'll see what happens.
Well, don't want to dissuade it though at the same time.
I know.
Yeah.
All
All
right,
right, so
7:30.
it's, 7, our variance hearing for hold on, close something, for a septic replacement at 159 Washington Street. And Ellen, have we received all of the green cards?
Yes, we have.
Okay. And Dan, I saw that he logged in. I will bring up the plan.
Is Dan McIntyre representing the homeowner? They are in the process of selling their home and unfortunately failed the Title V inspection report. So we were retained to design a new septic system. And there it is.
Okay.
So
See how big,
this site posed a number of challenges based on site topography, the existing plumbing and just the general location of the house on the lot. So it really drove us to put the system back where the existing system is located now. So Washington Street isn't shown on this plan. This is a kind of a pork chop shaped lot with a long narrow driveway coming from the top of the screen. Yeah, right in there. It comes from Washington Street, and we're set back quite a distance back to this particular lot.
There is a locus map to the top right, Daryl, if you wanted to get a view of that.
Okay. Oh, okay, so
It's-
Old Orchard, okay. All right, go ahead, Dan.
So as I mentioned, we're going to propose to put it back in the same location as the existing septic system. The house has 2 plumbing pipes coming out of the house. And then it's a long run to a septic tank. If you follow that pipe right a little bit further, right about there is the existing septic tank. And then it pipes over to a leach field over in that area where we did the testing.
Mhm.
We did 3 test pits around the existing leach system to get the soils. It does have a high groundwater table, so the existing system is in the groundwater table at least parts of the year. And it did have a relatively slow perk rate. We're proposing to shift the tanks a little bit further from the house. And we're doing this because of the site topography. It keeps the tanks from being buried too deep down into the ground. As you'll see in the minute, we'll be asking for a waiver on the 3 feet of cover over these tanks, but in this location does minimize that request as compared to the existing location or pushing it closer to the house because of the topography. We're proposing to use an alternative technology, the Elgin system, which is approved by the state to allow a reduction in groundwater by up to 2 feet, which we're also requesting in order to keep mounding to a minimum and avoid grading past the property line and additional tree removal.
And Dan, you're asking anywhere from 2.4 feet, I believe, to 3.5 feet to groundwater from the Elgins.
Right. It just worked out best if we at the 2.5 foot off of groundwater for all the grading and piping and tanks.
Okay. Okay,
And
does anyone have, oh,
We did meet
sorry,
all
go
the
ahead.
setbacks to the wells, so we don't have any issues with wells. But we are asking for some waivers on the groundwater, the depth of the cover over the tanks, and then that unique Sherborn regulation about having the septic tanks within 50 feet of the building it serves. We're asking for a waiver on that.
Okay, and I see that you have clean outs noted here, so that would be,
We did. Our mitigating measure for that waiver request is to have actually 2 sets of cleanouts, 1 in each direction, so if there is a problem with that line, we can access it from the house side, or we have a reverse cleanout at the tank where we could access it from there as well.
You actually have 3, Dan. You have one near the walk there too.
yeah,
Yep.
that one These, I'm missing what's by the tank, but that's okay. Take your word for it.
It's right. It's that note that says reversible clean out. You'll see it on
Oh,
the
reverse
side.
claim.
Yeah.
Yep, okay, got it. I was looking for a capital C. Okay, does anyone have questions about this? It looks like the usual constraints. I assume there wasn't really anything else on the property that indicated it would be preferable.
Well, as we go to the back of the property, the well offset takes care of some of that, but the
Mhm.
topography goes up as we go back to the property, so it would make it even more difficult on that steeper slope to do anything.
Mhm.
One other
And
thing,
Mark, do you have any?
if I could mention,
Oh, go ahead.
right now we're proposing to replace the piping from the tank all the way back to the house. We inspected the existing tank and it's clay tile pipe coming into that tank. We don't have a good handle on where the transition is from cast iron in the house to clay tile pipe. It's generally just a few feet outside the foundation where they switched over in that day. But I believe the homeowners are having a plumber, a camera inspect it to try to figure out where the cast iron is. So if the cast iron goes further out from the house, there may be a field change to eliminate some of this piping underneath the deck.
Okay, so there is a chat here
Oh, yeah, I see
that
the homeowner
says
just,
had it inspected. And its cast iron goes all the way into the tank.
okay.
People should feel free to raise their hands because that was just luck. I looked at chat.
Yeah, Kasia is the homeowner. So
Okay,
she's indicating that she did have that inspection done and it is cast iron. So we'll be able to eliminate some of that piping.
The cleanouts though will still be needed. The distance from the
Right.
house to the pipe is more than 135 feet. So that's quite a long building pipe. So the one thing that, even if it's cast iron, there's going to be a need to figure out how to get the cleanouts into the piping. So that will be required no matter what, because of the issue of the distance of 135 feet plus.
And
So-
we've been able to cut in cleanouts on cast iron before, so I think we can do that.
okay, so
That's fine.
basically it's there for the long-term ease of maintaining the pipes, especially if they got clogged. It'll make it easier and less expensive, I presume, for the homeowner, future homeowner.
For the future homeowner, yeah, in case there is a problem, we really got to have those cleanouts there.
Mhm.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
And the other thing Dan and I spoke about was the water line was not shown, but Dan's going to show it on the as-built. I put the well on the opposite side. There should be no interference, but if there was for any reason, that would have to be worked on. But Dan's planning to show the water line from the well to the house on the as-built.
Yeah, I was gonna ask about the distances to wells and things, but
Oh, there's this one is shown, and then there was another one shown up here.
you're not asking for any variances due to distance to wells, correct?
No, Mark just wanted us to show the service line from the well to the foundation.
That makes sense.
Okay, are there any abutters who have any questions or anyone else who's joining as a guest? Okay. If not, then we'll move on to the variances. Okay. All right. I hope you're seeing the letter. I just want to make sure it's truly
Yes.
screen sharing as opposed to application sharing. Okay. So do we have a motion to section 8.01?
So moved.
Second,
Any other comments? Daryl, I.
Matt Beavers, aye.
Lisa, I.
Rebecca Honeywell, I.
Matt Vitale, aye.
And do we have a motion to grant a variance to 8.02?
So moved.
Second,
Seconded.
Other comments? Daryl, I.
Matt Beavers, aye.
Lisa, I.
Rebecca Honeywell, I.
Matt Vitale, aye.
And do we have a motion to grant a variance to 13.0.1?
Quick question on this one. We discussed that they were gonna have additional cleanouts. Is that something that, could be in here or no?
I think it should be
Okay,
as
because
a condition.
it's not right now.
I'd suggest,
so the-
I would suggest you make that as part of your motion.
For the approval of the plan?
No, I'd suggest for this request that you make a condition that they have those cleanouts as shown as part of the approval of the waiver, the variance.
Okay.
So
So
condition,
in addition to the 3 that are there now, you think there should be another? And can we determine how many that should be at this point?
I think the 3 is sufficient. I would just suggest to the board that when you make this motion, just note that the cleanouts are required as shown as
Oh,
part of the
okay.
motion.
Okay. All right, so then the motion would be, do we have a motion to grant a variance to 13.0.1, provided that the cleanouts as shown on the plan are installed?
so moved.
Second.
Daryl, I.
Matt Beavers, aye.
Lisa, I.
Rebecca Honeywell, I.
Matt Vitale, aye.
Okay. And then do we have a motion to grant a variance to 15.4051B?
So moved.
Seconded.
So this is interesting because we've been seeing this in a few things lately with topography creating issues with depth to tanks and some other aspects of the
Yeah, we just actually
systems.
had this happen on a tank installation at 92 Lake Street today. And what the installers are doing now, they put in the risers, but to make it easier for the pumpers, especially if there's an effluent filter, they're putting in a bar to the top of the riser so they can easily lift the effluent filter out and not have to go into the risers in any way. So they are
Oh, that's
thinking it
good.
out. It's unfortunate, but some landscapes just don't allow for the tank to be within 3 feet.
Mhm. And I would assume that the McIntyre amendment helps with the resilience of those tanks being buried deeper. All right, are we ready to vote? Okay, Daryl, I.
Matt Beavers, aye.
Lisa, I.
Rebecca Honeywell, I.
Matt Vitale, aye.
And do we have a motion to grant a variance to 15.4051H?
So moved.
Seconded.
Other comments? Daryl, I.
Matt Beavers, aye.
Lisa, I.
Rebecca Honeywell, I.
Matt Vitale, aye.
And lastly, do we have a motion to grant a variance to 15.4051J?
So moved.
Seconded.
And so I'm assuming that this has the usual gaskets around the piping into the tank in the plan. Is that correct?
Yes, on this type of request, Title V requires us to use the heavy-duty tanks and the gasketed connections for all the pipes.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So we don't need to include that here. All right. So Daryl, I.
Matt Beavers, aye.
Lisa, I.
Rebecca Honeywell, I.
Matt Bataille, aye.
Okay, so I'll close the hearing. And are the plans ready for approval, Mark?
Yes, they are conditional to deed recordings, both for the garbage grinder and for the IA Tech innovative alternative technology being utilized. And as noted, the as-built reflecting the water line.
Okay, so do we have a motion to that effect?
So moved.
Seconded.
Daryl, I.
Matt Beavers, aye.
Lisa, I.
Rebecca Honeywell, I.
Matt Bataille, aye.
Okay. Any other questions, Dan?
No, thank you very much.
All right, thank you. Okay. So in 1 minute, we will have the variance hearing for a septic replacement at 25 Rockwood. And Ellen, did we get all the green cards?
Yes.
Okay. So I'm just going to get the files ready because we have maybe half a minute to go. All right, so here's the locus map. And you'll have to notice that north is not pointing up. To get your bearings. Make this a little bigger. Okay, so I will open the hearing, noting that it's 7:50, and I noticed that Rob, I believe you're logged on.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, yes, if you'd like to explain the
Sure.
reasoning for the variance request.
So Rob Truax of GLM Engineering Consultants. So this site's located at 25 Rockwood Street in Sherborn. So the site's just over 4 acres in size. It's a pretty large site. However, it does have some site constraints in order to get a septic on it. We don't show the slopes, but Rockwood Street and the house, there's a pretty considerable amount of elevation difference from the house down to Rockwood Street. The driveway's running up at about 16% or greater. The area to the back of the lot goes up slightly in grade. However, the wells are in the back of the property. They kind of cut off a lot of the use of that land back there. And also there seems to have been some rock outcroppings up in the back, very far into the site. As you can see, the existing septic system is located partially within the proposed. It's on the back side of the house now. It is a gravity system. We did find a high water table in the area. We found modeling. We had a very slow perk rate, and that is one of the variances we're requesting. So we got a 90 rate, which is the slowest you can use for an upgrade in a situation like this. So we're proposing to put the system out in the back of the house. It's actually in the back, partially in the backyard, partially in the garden area. And we will be pumping. We are coming out, picking up the existing pipe as it comes out of the house. We'll put a pump further out from the existing tank, put in a new tank, 1,500 gallon tank with a 1,000 gallon pump chamber. We meet all the setbacks to the existing wells in the area, our wells as well as the neighboring well. So we are proposing the Elgin drain system. So we are looking for the relief to the groundwater depths. We are looking for relief to the 5 feet of naturally occurring soil above the groundwater, which is your local bylaw. And we are looking for relief on the percolation test in the area. We didn't really have, like I said, it's a difficult site, even though it's a large site. There are some constraints with slopes, ledge outcrops, etc. So this did appear to be the only area we could work within. So we did kind of go back in the same location as the existing system. It's not bounded up very much. The groundwater, I don't recall it off the top of my head. I think it was around 32 inches to 3 feet. So the system is a low profile system, so we're able to keep the grading to a minimum throughout the area over there. There's a little bit of a mound, but it's not excessive. With that, I think that's pretty much a quick overview. Site access will be up the driveway around the house. So they do have access to get around the backyard there to install the system. I think that's pretty much an overview.
Okay, I did have a question. I mean, 90 minutes an inch is really slow
Yeah.
and tight soils. And then the issue with those is that they can hold moisture better, which means that you don't get the drying out dynamic in the soils that then help to kill off bacteria and viruses. So are you maximizing the distance to groundwater within reason? As opposed to just
I
using
think we
the
are.
2-foot minimum?
Well, the interesting thing about the 90 rate was we had a 9 rate as well. So
Oh.
we had a perk that was fairly good, and it was only 25, 30 feet away from the rate that was 90 minutes an inch. We
Yeah,
did
Rob,
subsoil.
yeah, and Rob, unfortunately, he was there for a little bit of the time, but he saw, I believe you saw the depots, Rob, and they're on page 2 of 2, and that will reflect
Correct.
exactly what you're talking about. We had sand in the C1 layer on, there they are, right on the
Yeah.
top arrow. I don't know if you can enlarge it, but you'll see that a good portion of it was sand at that 9 rate. And then you had the sandy loam, and in depot 20-1, you had quite a bit of sandy loam. Depot 20-2, the sandy loam didn't show up till the 4-foot level. And then you had 7 feet until you get to the sandy loam on depot 3. So it is a mix, but the sandy loam, unfortunately, is the predominant soil that has to be considered for the system. So that's why the 90 rate was considered for the design. If that
Okay.
helps, Rob. Is that pretty much what you see,
Correct.
Rob?
So
Yes,
it,
it is. No, that's absolutely correct.
so it kind of goes to like the worst, perk rate. That's what it's designed to.
Yes, and that's correct.
That's correct.
Okay, all right, I feel better about that somewhat. Any sense about what portion of the system is 90? Quarter, half, or
Well,
impossible to say?
It's hard to say. Yeah. Trying to see where we were. So it's probably, if you look at test pits 2 and 3, 20-2 and 20-3, they're right in the middle of the system there. And then that 20-1 is further down towards
Oh, is
the end
this
of the
21?
system, heading towards the street.
Okay,
So the better material was up around the garden area and the shed.
oh, okay,
So, I mean, it's hard to say, but it's possible that more than 50% of the system has some of that existing sand under it
mm-hmm,
before that sandy loam. But the sandy loam, we don't have 4 feet of the sand material. So the lower level, even though it's, there might be 2 feet of it, the lower level is what we have to design on, unfortunately.
mm-hmm.
And that's why the system gets quite large. Had we
Okay.
had 4 feet of the sand, we would have been designing on the 9 rate.
And does anyone else have any questions on the board?
But so where it had the worst perk rate is where the existing leach field is?
Let me look at my plan over here.
Is that?
Seems
No,
like it
actually, I'm
is
sorry.
close.
I stand corrected. I'm sorry. It was up at 20-2.
Oh, okay, here.
20-1, we perked it at the deeper level to get down into that sandy loam level.
Yeah.
So 20-2 had a depth of 48 inches of the fine sand, but we dug through that. So the bottom of the perk hole was 56 inches. So we were down into that sandy loam to get into that lower level when we did the
That's
perk,
correct.
even though it was in the middle. So you still have that sand up in that area. However, we just don't have 4 feet of it.
It appears from looking at the soil test that you have about 30 inches of sand through most of the system,
Correct.
naturally occurring sand through most of the system area. But then, as Rob noted, it's not enough soil per Title V and per our codes to allow the design based on that 9-minute per inch rate. That's why it had to go to the 90.
Okay, so maybe it'll get good drying out, kill things off, and then it will get to something that'll filter it out from hitting groundwater. I can be optimistic. But okay, yes, interesting constraints. Anybody else with questions, including anyone who's a guest? I'm not looking at. Okay, all right, I'll take that as a no. So we'll move on to the variances. But if anyone thinks of a question, then bring it up. Okay. So do we have a motion to grant a variance to section 8.02?
So moved.
Second.
Any other comments? Daryl, I.
Matt Beavers, aye.
Lisa, I.
Rebecca Honeywell, I.
Matt Vitale, aye.
Do we have a motion to grant a variance to section 8.01?
So moved.
Seconded.
Other comments? Daryl, I.
Matt Beavers, aye.
Lisa, I.
Rebecca Honeywell, I.
Matt Vitale, aye.
And do we have a motion to grant a variance to section 5.2?
So moved.
Seconded.
Other comments? Daryl, I.
Matt Beavers, aye.
Lisa, I.
Rebecca Honeywell, I.
Matt Vitale, aye.
Okay, and then just to let you know, Rob, the statement number 4, any other variance not listed, which may be necessary, you can leave that off of future variance requests.
You don't like
because,
that?
no, it turns out Mass DEP feels very strongly about a butter notification and not bringing up another variance at the meeting. So
Oh, okay.
just to let you know, I know it had been used in the past. I don't think we ever invoked it for anything, but it was on lots of other people's applications. But just to let you know, it's it would end up leading to another variance hearing or keeping the hearing open, having to re-notify people something. There'd be extra work in that.
Gotcha. That's fine. Okay, I get it.
I just thought I'd let you
understand.
know because in case.
No.
you
Yeah, we
thought
had
it-
had it on previous over the years. I remember we
Yeah.
just ran into that years ago, and I really haven't seen it come up. I can't
Right.
recall the last time we've had an issue where that's come up.
Yes, we're lucky it hasn't, we haven't hit that, but if we did, it would be very painful to think you'd be done on that night. So, okay, so I'll close the hearing and Mark, are the plans ready for approval?
Yes, I did speak to Rob's designer, Chris Gaborio, and he has added the distance from the wells to the septic. So that was the key issue. As to be fair, from the other hearing, I do like to see the water line to the house just to make sure there's no interference with any of the septic piping or leaching. Well, it wouldn't interfere with the leaching field, but so I will ask the same thing that be shown on the as-built. And Rob, can you confirm the groundwater at the tanks are greater than 12 inches below? Because that was the other question.
Yes, we can confirm that.
That's fine. I feel the same way. You could extrapolate. Groundwater was 40 inches.
Yeah.
So if you extrapolate, you should be fine there too. But those were the issues that were discussed. And outside of that, I'll let you. Did you close the hearing yet, Daryl?
No. Oh,
Okay, I'll
yes,
let
I
you do
closed
that.
the hearing, but
Okay.
not
I
the
would
approval.
I would recommend approval of the plan conditional to the deed recordings for both the garbage grinder as well as for the innovative alternative technology being utilized.
Okay, and then for the water line and any other notations on the plan, you'll work
Yeah.
that out
And as
on
noted,
the
yes.
as-built?
Yes, I'm sorry, I should have added that. And as noted for the water lines and the depth of groundwater at the septic tanks. Thank you.
Okay. All right, do we have a motion to that effect?
So moved.
Second,
Any other comments? Either board or anybody else? Okay, Daryl, aye.
Matt Beavers, aye.
Lisa, I.
Rebecca Honeywell, I.
I would tell you aye.
Okay, and if you need the deed recording language, Ellen, you'll be sending that out or? Okay,
Yeah, want to send it to me, Ellen? We'll do the recording.
Yeah. What? For both the garbage finder and the IO technology? Yeah, I always
Yeah, send
send,
them to us.
I always
We'll-
send it
we'll
to the homeowner and the engineer, so you'll get the same thing.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
okay, and before you go, maybe let's take 35 Great
Sure.
Rock.
Sure.
Okay, let's see what I have for that. Okay. So you did send information. Oh, so I don't have that.
Okay, I
All
know
right,
what
you
I sent.
did,
don't
you
need to put
did
it up.
send back a comment that you didn't think it was appropriate to update the past plans.
Correct.
Now, part of the reason this was identified in two ways. One was also that GLM plans submitted just several years before the one that showed the 100 feet showed a different number. Is there any way to resolve those differences?
I don't know why it showed it different. I think he moved the system when he did it again a couple of years later, but some of the issues were the survey was older and done by, actually, I hate to say it, but it was GLM prior to us owning it. It was the old GLM. And it was,
Oh, okay, so it's
to
not
the best of their knowledge, anyway, when they did the survey, I'm sure, I wasn't there, obviously, but I'm sure the surveyors used whatever they had to the best of their ability to identify the well. It was one of those wells that was covered over and you couldn't see it on the surface, from what I understand. And I'm sure someone pointed it out to them, and that was the best of their ability. Joyce and I talked it over, and we had a conversation with another person we know that's been in a situation like this. I don't want to mention his name and what he does, but he didn't think it would be proper to go back and revise a plan from 20 years ago, that if there's a new plan on record, that would just supersede the old plans. I mean, it does happen in instances. We recently just did a survey where a house was shown wrong on a plan that was done 5 years ago. And we resurveyed it, and we were doing something else for the property, and we happened to notice it, and we put the house in violation that was built 5 years ago. It's just, and they're not going to redraw their plan and show it, but the new plan is going to go forward and they're going to get a variance. But they're not going to go back and redraw their old plan, the people who did it. I don't know if there'll even be any repercussions of that, but we're just going forward for the variance in another town. And unfortunately, it happens sometimes. It's not very frequent, but once in a while, something like that happens. And I do know that some of these old wells that are buried, we go on other people's information. They say, oh yeah, it's right here. There's a stake, and we use the metal detectors and we find something and we say, okay, that's the well, because you can't see them on the surface. It's unfortunate. I'm not sure what the process is as you go forward, but I'm assuming they're re-drilling the well. Is that my understanding? They're re-drilling it deeper or something? Is that what they came before you for a permit?
Mark, do you want to address the details?
Yeah, and Ellen, you can chime in too. Indeed, they've been going through the process of either going deeper with the existing well or drilling a new well. I'm not for sure if they finalized the process they wish to go through, but this was discovered through. Go ahead,
I
Ellen.
believe it was approved.
Was it? Okay, I
conditional
couldn't remember.
recording,
Okay.
But we don't have the deed recording yet.
Okay, so it has been approved to drill it deeper.
And do we have any plans that show the proper distance right now? I believe the the well deepening permit application had something showing the measurement to the well from the septic.
Dan McIntyre has noted it on his most recent plan of 5/12/2021.
Yeah, okay. Right, so it's just that we'll have to, I don't know what other board members think, but since we had 2 GLM plans, but as Rob noted, the same name of organization, but maybe not the same management or something, or staff.
Yeah,
So the 97 to the 2001 were just different, even though I think, and I don't know if we've laid them over a light table to see if they line up exactly for where everything was expected to be, but somehow we just are trying to get it so that the file isn't confusing for anyone, but hopefully they'll go off of, people know to use the latest, the 2021 version.
So Mark, I guess I'm just, because we've had a couple of these types of issues in recent history. So if the distance between the septic and the well is non-conforming, is the plan to, instead of just deepening the well that's too close to the septic, to relocate the well in a new location, or what's sort of the plan?
You're not speaking for this property. Indeed, if it was discovered, I'd have to see I don't have the plan right now for this property in front of me, but if there was a requirement to request a deed for less than our requirements, then my suggestion would be to drill a new well. But I can't remember if this well distance to the septic was less than our required distances.
Yeah.
Ellen, do you have a?
Yes.
Is it, Ellen?
It's 88 feet or 86 feet, one or the other. So it doesn't meet, that's the issue. It doesn't even meet Title V. So
Okay.
when a Title V inspector comes in to look at the approved septic plan, the approved septic plan is the GLM plan from 2001, and it shows a 100-foot distance, which meets Title V, and they would not be required to conduct water testing as a part of the Title V inspection.
That's
That
correct.
was the reason for the deed recording, but the new owners have not yet filed the deed recording. So there's.
Okay, so I mean, I guess, and I think Dan's still on. So, I mean, is it feasible to just simply drill, instead of deepening the existing well, which is non-conforming and is, going to require deed restrictions and testings, et cetera? Is it not feasible to alter the plan and put the well in a new location?
Yes, but yeah, we already voted on this.
Yeah, this was discussed at the meeting when the well deepening permit was approved. And if Dan is still on, he can probably confirm it, but.
Yes, we did ask for the variance because of the cost involved in drilling an entirely new well versus kind of fixing up this well. The new owners had the well inspected by a well company as part of the transaction.
Mhm.
And the report was that the quantity was a little bit less than desirable. So the new homeowners were concerned that they may have a dry well during peak usage.
Mm-hmm.
So the plan was to deepen that well. In order to get a permit to do that, we needed to prepare a plan that showed the well locations.
Mm-hmm.
And when we did that, we discovered this discrepancy.
Right.
And the homeowner wanted to ask for the variance just to try to save them the cost of drilling a new well, 10 feet away.
And if I recall, they had the well tested quality-wise
The
beforehand.
quality was good too, yes.
No nitrate issues. Okay. So, but it does require the deed recording that it's non-conforming.
And that also means that before transfer of the land, part of the Title V inspection has to include water quality testing. So that's what we want to make sure was clear
Right.
too, for
So
moving
I'll
forward.
talk to those homeowners to see why they haven't recorded that yet. But I think, I recall the concern being that, 5, 10 years from now, when a Title V inspector comes to do a file search, they may not see the well plan and they'll just take the as-built plan and say everything's fine.
But
Right.
wouldn't they have to consult the deed, which will have the notation on the deed recording? I mean, wouldn't they look at?
I don't think Title V inspectors go into that much detail as to do a title search.
So maybe, Ellen, we need to make sure that the, something is attached to the plan saying
Yeah.
must be viewed, the 2001 must be viewed in concert with the 2020 plan.
Well, on a Title V inspector, I'm just going to add, is required to look through our files. So we should make sure that deed recording is kept on our files so they catch it then.
Is there any way that we could put that right on the well location plan, like that you need to review in concert with the, either the deed recording or something? Like, I think that, I'm just trying to be like belt and suspenders here so that things don't fall through the cracks.
It can't, the plan has already been approved, so.
No, I get that, but so we can't add an additional notation, Ellen? Is that what you're saying?
Well, I can't add an additional note. I mean, I could staple the required deed recording language or a copy of the filed deed recording if they ever do it.
Well, they have to do it. I mean, that's a requirement. It's not an option, correct?
It is, but they.
I agree. Oh, sorry, go ahead. I agree, Ellen, that maybe stapling something on there that has the deed recording and says to look at the 2021 well location plan might be the way to get closer to guaranteeing that any future reviewers catch this.
And I thought our approval was conditional to that deed recording, so.
It is.
Well, yes.
They haven't received their permit yet because we're holding it,
Okay.
but it's been a while.
Well,
We could even place a bright sticker as we do on our as-builts on the file itself, so that when you draw the file out, it's the first thing you see. Could do it right on the outside of the file itself. With the note that, it's required to do a water test at the time of a Title V inspection.
I just want to be sensitive to time because we have an 8:10. So it sounds like
Yes.
the plan won't be released without the deed recording. So that should happen. And then we'll do various physical strategies to help flag it within the file, since we are unable to upgrade the 2001 as-built to correctly reflect the placement and siting. Do I have that right?
Sounds good to me. Is that all right with everyone else?
Yep.
I don't think we really need a vote
Yep.
since it's more of an administrative matter that Ellen probably would have done even without us talking about it.
Sorry.
So, okay. So we have an appointment to discuss a request for outdoor yoga classes. So Sandra, would you like to discuss it?
I'm here, yes, Sandra Burke, 30 Parks Drive. Thank you so much for putting me on the agenda tonight. I got approval, in the spring from the zoning board to host some yoga classes at my house, and it was conditional to the Board of Health's approval. I just had some miscommunications, it seems like, with the Board of Health about how that approval worked. So I'm here now, and I'm hoping to get that approval so I can just bring some yoga classes to the community.
Okay, and I think, Mark, were you able to identify if there's any kind of septic capacity accommodations that have to be made in association with yoga classes?
Not within the charts in Title V. Basically, I was trying to find something as close to yoga classes, and there's one section within the chart that says gymnasium, but that's 25 gallons per day per patron. There's another one, place of worship. I know it's not a place of worship, but that's 3 gallons per day per seat. And then the only other one I could find that was even close for consideration was a public park where they consider 5 gallons per day per person, toilet waste only. Outside of that, what they guide you to do is to try to go to a similar facility and get a water reading to review to determine gallons per day. And that would mean finding a similar facility with a water meter, and then they have you take 200% of that to determine the gallons per day.
Mm-hmm. And how long do people come for a yoga class when they come?
So the yoga classes are limited by the zoning board to 3 classes a week, 8 clients max at a time, and the classes are 50 minutes long.
And these are outside, you said, correct?
They are not specifically outside.
Oh, okay. So they could be outside or inside.
Correct.
And that is the intent to serve bottled water, not tap water?
Correct. The intent is to serve bottled water.
Just so the board knows, back in November, it's in our November 4th minutes, I believe, in 2020, the board did review a preliminary building application for this property. And there was some review of the house itself as well as the gallons per day. And the house is a 5-bedroom with a 5-bedroom house, as indicated by floor plans and room count. Following the review of the board, it was the consensus of the board that the workout space and the detached garage would be allowed, provided there's no plumbing included. So there would be no plumbing in there, but it was considered for home use. And that's what the board was going on. It was based on a home gym, basically. So that was back in November of 2020, that it was reviewed as a home gym workout space.
Okay, right, without additional people coming onto the
Correct. It was
property.
personal use on the property, the family use on the property.
Mm-hmm.
And so, Mark, your point with the 5-bedroom system is that there was like 0 gallons to spare in the existing system. Am I inferring that right, or am I off base?
No, that's correct. In fact, we were wondering if they could do this. It was, I guess, an old garage they wanted to convert and didn't know if they had the capacity, but I believe this was the 11th room, and we gave them the consensus to go forward to make that home gym.
And so it's really the question, like for residential use, the septic system totally passes muster. That can be a finished space, it's okay. It's really the question of, from a flow standpoint from Title V, which is what says, hey, it's a 5-bedroom system, it's 550 gallons per day. Do any of those rules apply that would require a change to it? I guess my other question, Mark, is if, and again, Sandra, I don't mean to paint into the corner, but just to understand what our options are. If, is there a requirement that access to a restroom be provided? And if there is not, and there is no access to a restroom, is it feasible or permissible to use a 0 flow count? If we say this is a private residence, we don't have access to a bathroom.
And also, Mark, when you're considering that, the fact that it's 3 hours a week.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not consistent, she's not running these classes 8 hours a day, 5 days a week. So this is exceedingly sporadic use. It's not like a spa or, a hairdresser.
Exactly.
Gym.
Yeah.
Well, and the
Because-
consideration here too is that no plumbing was allowed in the yoga room
Right.
for the family room, so there's no plumbing in there. So it really is a matter of trying to determine if plumbing is needed, and that I'm not for sure if yoga is approved by the State Board of Beauticians or someone else. I know if this was a massage therapist facility, they would be required to have a bathroom, but I'm not for sure about yoga. I never dealt with any state agencies that approve yoga facilities. I would ask Sandra maybe if she has to be registered through a state agency, and does she require a bathroom?
I mean, I'm certainly a certified yoga instructor amongst other certifications for fitness. And, you know, in terms of requirements for a bathroom, not to my knowledge. However, I would love the option to be able to say to, you know, it's mostly going to be my neighbors, you know, that if they do need to use the bathroom, that they could. However, you know, if it's a better option to just say to them, you know, the bathroom's closed, that would be fine per, you know, the yoga requirements.
I mean, I know this is a little different, but just to put a reality check on this, you know, people have informal book groups or worship groups or things like that in their house all the time, or parties where there's many more than 8 people attending and using their facilities on a sporadic
Yeah.
basis. So I just think, like, reality gut check to me is this doesn't sound like she's not trying to start running like Kingsbury Club in her house. So, you know, I think from, you know, my gut instinct is that this doesn't sound like it would be a very septic intensive kind of situation with the limitations on the hours per week that she's talking about. And having taken yoga or Pilates and other classes, it's like maybe 1 or 2 people max per time are going to go to the bathroom, which is no different than if you had a tutor at your house or a party at your house. So I think, you know, to me, this kind of passes a straight face test of probably not requiring additional septic allowances.
I understand.
So
but
that
just-
I agree with some of your analysis, but the DPH regulations or Mass DEP regulations are that when it comes to a business, you're just in another category. So that you have to go to these charts and you have to match up what you're doing to the charts and what the gallon requirements become. So to me, the easiest way around this sounds like if Sandra, if you could notify people who were coming that, you know, for the class that unfortunately there's not bathroom access, that, you know, maybe people could at least know what to expect.
And I think all of this, like for me, Daryl, I agree with both you and Lisa. I think for me, like on the straight face test, I suspect that my 6-year-old flushes the toilet more in an average afternoon than the yoga class will. But at the same time, I think we need to be consistent with the state. And it's just this weird in between where it's just not designed for this. So, you know, I don't think it's that we're going to have somebody in a van outside the house to be like, it's class time, did you hear a flush? I think it really is to say, like, as a general category, this should be the case. If you have a neighbor who's in your home who has an urgent need to use the restroom, those things happen. I think the intent here is to say, we're really stuck because these are all Title V for the design flow and the business requirements. For me, it passes the gut test if we say, we don't, you know, we are not required to, nor are we offering a publicly accessible bathroom. To me, that feels like combining that with bottled water, you know, feels like there's a reasonable basis to assert that there's no flow associated with it. And that feels consistent with Title V to me, even if it's perhaps less ideal than I might otherwise wish.
And then, so, right, I think it's the easiest path forward for you, Sandra, in terms of getting started. I know you're hoping to have a start date relatively soon, and to do anything else would be more complicated, really. As Mark mentioned, if none of those numbers that were on somewhat similar but not really exact comparisons to yoga, then you'd have to go out and find somewhere else where you could get data and your system doesn't have any more room anyway for something. So that seems like the easiest thing to do. We could always reconsider if you want to reconsider it in the future. And then just so you know about the bottled water, the reason for that is if you have, well, actually, what was the,
It's only
because it
24
doesn't sound
people
like
a
you're
week.
going to hit the level of a public water supply. So if you had 25 people a day for 60 days out of the year, then you would have to do water quality testing.
Yeah,
and
she's
all
way
the rest.
way
Yeah, you're way underneath. So I don't even know environmentally if I would recommend bottled water, but there's not, certainly your choice if that's what you would like to do, but
Okay, yeah, no, that makes sense to me. I'm comfortable with that language about the restroom, about the bathroom. Absolutely, that Matt Vitale recommended. I'm very comfortable with that, and that's really good to know about the bottled water. I agree. Environmentally, it's not my favorite thing, but I'll consider it.
yeah, if you get up to 25 people a day, 60 days out of the year, then that might be something you want to look at. But
Right, but I'm not even approved for that from the zoning board, so I won't do that.
yeah, okay.
I would recommend that you just let your clients know to bring their own water bottles. It's environmentally sound and you're not liable for any of your water that you're offering.
And I just want to acknowledge and thank you for being honest and transparent about that you were even doing this, because that's not always the case. So thank you for that.
You're welcome. I'm trying to do everything as proper as I can, so I appreciate that.
Awesome. Sandra, have
We
a
do
good
too.
have a good night and good luck with everything.
Thank you very much. So I'm all set?
Yeah, I don't.
Yes,
You know, I don't
I
think
believe so. I don't think we need to vote on anything.
Yeah,
If you're,
there's no variance to anything.
All
Yeah.
right. All right, sounds good. Thank you all very much. I really appreciate it.
Have a good night.
Good night.
okay. All right. Mark, have you been keeping track of other people who have issues to discuss? I believe maybe where.
Yeah, I don't
Under
know. who-
agents business number one. or
Yeah, I don't know
two?
who came in first. I don't know if the Merchantsons were here before. I believe the real estate agent for 7 North Main Street may be here as well. I just don't know who got
I
here
think
first.
Allison was here pretty early, like I
Okay.
think pretty close out of the gate.
That's fine. So under my business, we have a well application request for lot 2 at 55 Farm Road, application number 2197. I see the Merchantsons are here, as well as I believe Jim Murphy's representing them and legally, and I believe Desheng Wang is here as the engineer who drew up the plan. So to start off with, this is a request just for a well on a lot that has yet to be considered a lot, but that's in the future. The lot is being considered by the planning board. I believe it's still set for September 7th. So the reason I bring that up is right now it's on 55 Farm Road, and the board would theoretically right now, in this point in time, be approving 2 wells on one property because 55 Farm Road has their own well already. But that's not the intent, and the drawing does show that the intent is to have it on a separate lot known as Lot 2. The other note to the board
Mark,
is.
can I just ask a quick question for that?
Sure.
If the well plan is otherwise permissible, is it something where we could make an approval conditional to the subdivision of the lot by the planning board?
That was going to be my
Okay.
perfect note.
Yeah, so that
and
hasn't been done yet. So the lot has not been subdivided as of this juncture?
As of now, but I believe next Wednesday or Tuesday, they will be reviewing that. So if the lot does get approved as an action not required lot by the planning board, then it will be its own entity and its own lot. The only other thing that the board should know is that the septic system usually comes in with the well approval at the same time. There's no requirement for it, but this is different and unique in that respect, that we don't usually just see the well request prior to showing both the septic approval and the well approval. But I can say they've been out doing soil testing So I believe they may feel comfortable to submit the well at this time only. So that was the other note I wanted to make, but I see Deschang there, and he looks like he's in a beautiful location somewhere, but I don't know if you would want the engineer to present as well.
Can I just ask a question before? I just want to make sure I understand this. So at this juncture in time, this lot is not subdivided. There is not a approved building plan for a second building residence on this, and nor has there been a septic plan submitted yet, correct?
That is correct, Lisa.
If I could just clarify just a little bit on some of the language that's been chosen to be used, just to be clear. This is not going to be what they call a subdivided lot. That's a different category of lots. This is going to be an A&R, as Mark said, which is an approval not required lot, which is going to be endorsed by the planning board at their September 7th meeting. So I agree with Mr. Vitale that the approval of the well application can be made conditioned upon the planning board endorsing the approval not required lot at its September 7th meeting. And you can certainly hold, as you hold other permits for other persons, until such time as the condition is satisfied.
Jim, can I just ask a quick question, just because I'm not super lot savvy? What's the difference between those two things? Can you just walk me through that?
So an approval not required lot, the only thing that the applicant needs to show is that they have adequate frontage and real access to the lot. A subdivision lot is typically involved when you have to create a new road and create new frontage for each of the lots that would be on that new road. So an approval not required does not have to go through the same stringent requirements for a new road and any planning board requirements related to a new road, because it already has frontage on an existing road. And that existing road in this situation happens to be a public way, but it's permissible for an approval not required lot to also, if it has adequate frontage on a private way, but that doesn't apply here, but you take me down into the weeds on some of that.
No worries. And so the sort of expected outcome, it's like two different paths, but we'll still be anticipating ending up with two distinct property lots. It's just we're going the sort of A&R route to do that, as opposed to a subdivision or some other piece. Do I have that right?
Yes, you do. And,
Okay.
and as I tried to indicate, the planning board does not have a discretionary role when it comes to an A&R lot. If in fact the lot has adequate frontage and adequate access, real access. In other words, if the edge of this was on a cliff, then they don't have to endorse it. But if it has real access and adequate frontage, the planning board does not have any discretion in evaluating it. They just have an obligation to endorse. The A&R lot, and this is maybe, I may be anticipating Lisa's question a little bit, but the A&R endorsement specifically says on it that the endorsement does not imply that the lots comply with the other town bylaws, because you then have to take this A&R lot, show your house, and then get it approved by the building inspector, but we can't get it approved by the building inspector until such time as we show a well and a septic system. And so the sequence that's going to happen is, first, get the well approved. Second, even 6 days later, get the endorsement of the A&R lot. Third, submit a septic design. And then once that third step has happened, then submit a building application for the building inspector to sign off on. So that's the sequence, and it's a quite normal sequence. And so as I said, all we're looking for tonight is an approval of the well application, subject to the endorsement of the A&R by the planning board.
Yeah, I guess I have a few questions. So first of all, is the same entity going to be owning and occupying both of these lots? Or is this going to be a distinct residence with a distinct ownership?
This would be a lot that would be sold to a new buyer.
So could you clarify and respond to my question? So it will be a distinct
Oh,
owner?
yes. So then, right, so right now it's owned, as it indicates in the notes, by the Phoenix entity. The
Mhm.
Phoenix entity, once it builds the house, will sell it to somebody else.
Right. I mean, just because, we do have this regulation that for a single owner with, property that there's a one well limitation. So we need to be, very consistent in how we apply our regulations. So if this was going to be a new entity with a new residence and a new septic and distinct ownership, that's one set of circumstances that I think would be consistent with our regulations. If it was going to be one owner with, one entity owning both properties and not distinct ownership, then that would be in conflict potentially with our regulation.
Is
So
it though?
it's going to be sold, and this is not the manager of the LLC is Mr. Murchison. He doesn't live on either of these pieces of property. As you know, he lives, well, you may not know, but he lives down on Lake Street. So this is going to be a new property, new house to be sold to a new buyer.
So lot one will have one owner, lot two will have a different owner is the anticipated
Correct.
pattern. Okay.
Correct.
Right.
And
So we just need to make that clear in any kind of conditional sort of approval we would provide would have to be conditioned on those types of, distinct ownerships and uses.
And Jim, can I ask, is the driveway going to have an easement through the driveway to access lot one's residence is going to go through lot two?
I think I'm just going to double check with Bob to answer that question, please. Hopefully he's going to unmute himself.
Yes, Daryl, it will have a shared driveway. That's correct.
Okay. Because if things were going to change, then the reason I asked that is then setbacks would influence our evaluation of the plan.
Why don't you just come back to the board once you've finished the zoning?
Well, it's not really finishing. We would have done this in August, but the planning board did not have a meeting. And so, I don't think there's any good reason not to do it conditioned upon something that happens 6 days later, rather than have us come back and have all the people have to come back again for a very straightforward well application, which meets all the other requirements and for which no variances are being requested.
Yeah, it's very straightforward though. And this process is probably going to take a long time. So why don't you just come back to the board when you're ready?
Well, we are.
I mean, I don't.
We're ready right now, and
Yeah.
My
2 cents is like, for me, I think the parts I'm concerned about are much less like, I think we can make it conditional to these being 2 distinct lots and conditional to like, this is the actual plan. I think the things I'd want to flag are to Mark's earlier point that the septics, we sort of have a possible septic location. I would anticipate that the septics need to meet the well setback, and the fact that we're sequentially approving a well or discussing the approval of a well first would certainly not change the fact that the septics would need to satisfy the siting requirements that exist for new construction here, and would want to make sure that that's kind of mutually understood. It's also clear just how tight this property is in terms of there's lots of wells in a pretty tight area. And so you can see like the siting of this well substantially affects both of those properties. So like lot 2 has very little wiggle room in terms of where it can site its septic. And so we'd want to make sure it's clear that like, this is not, oh, we've got an existing well, we had that approved, and then it's only 110 feet from the well. Can we get a variance? I would anticipate that the answer to that would be no, which is why I think most applicants would submit both jointly. But I certainly, if it's not a requirement, I don't know that we can impose that as a requirement now, but would want to be transparent about that risk.
Right, and
I
make
think
sure,
you're definitely being transparent about it, and so are we. I think, as you said, it's a tight site. This is like the one, I think there's like a 3-foot window over here where we can put the well. We recognize completely that that does put us where we need to put the septic, and I think there are the lines shown by Mr. Wang showing that the anticipated location of the septic does respect that distance. So we are aware of it, and we would expect that we will not be requesting any variances of the setback between the well and the septic.
right,
That's
right.
submit.
I mean, because it's new construction, so there would be no
Right.
variances granted. And I mean, like, I can't tell like how far you are maybe from like other abutters wells or like across the street, but obviously you would need to meet all the requirements for both the well distance and the septic.
Yeah.
To that end, I would
If you
like
look at this
to,
plan closely, you'll see all kinds of circles on it so that we were aware of all those other items, and that we're confident that the location of the well and the septic are consistent with the board's requirements.
okay, but I would like to, I see Mary has her hand up. I'd like her to speak because there is a project for an abutting property that is underway with us that could affect how you feel about the siting of the well. So Mary, if you'd like to.
Hi, Daryl.
discuss that.
Thanks, Daryl. I'm here with Brian. So we currently have an application in to do a replacement septic. And we just want to make sure that our, distances aren't prevented by something that's going in where the new well is on 55.
And
So
Mary,
we're-
can you just orient us to where you are relative to the plan on the screen?
Left. We're on the left.
Yeah, over here. This is the property line.
And you can see there is,
Some
as Jim pointed out, there's a circle where our well is. And the septic would be probably just up above where the navigation sign is, just to the lower right of the navigation sign there.
So I don't know if Dan McIntyre is here tonight or not, but he stopped by and we talked about this, and we appreciate obviously the opportunity to voice our concerns in front of the board. I think I would just like to echo Dr. Honeywell's observations that our concern here is that we keep seeing in little snippets of plans showing a driveway here, a house here, an SAS here, and none of it's approved. It's all theoretical that a planning board is going to go ahead with and approve an A&R plan, and everything's going to be contingent upon these steps. And I feel as though it's like a sliding scale or a scope creep. There's a little step here, a little step there, and yet we don't understand what the full plan is for what amounts to, potentially eight lots next door here, with compounded by the fact that there's wells and septics and all these things are falling, just outside the protective radius of our well. Right now, I don't understand exactly how there could be, in one scenario, the well would have maybe 100-foot or 125-foot radius of protection. In another scenario, it would have more. So without seeing the full picture, I guess it's unclear to me as to, what the ramifications are for us. I can tell you that on this plan, Dan and I have been walking around, we have extremely limited potential on our 4-acre lot to put in one replacement septic, which we are undertaking at substantial personal cost in an attempt to improve the septic system on our property without being obliged to do so. And the fact that we might be limited in that development by wells that are going in willy-nilly next door is just, it's tough for us to swallow without understanding what the full picture is. And that's why I would prefer that the, board wait until the planning board gets the full picture for the development. That's all.
I just want to pause before there's other comments, and I'd like to ask a clarifying question. And I think I'm not sure if this is for Mark or for Dan. I do not recall having a provisional well or an approved well plan that was the driver for a newly designed system. So I guess I'd like to understand a little bit more from Dan, like where are we in the planning stage of the replacement system? And is that for a failed system?
I
Sure,
can,
we
oh, you are
submitted
here,
a-
Dan. Okay, sorry.
Yeah,
Go
we
ahead.
submitted a
Dan.
testing application earlier this year, and we did do a dipole test in the spring. And I think we would probably be complete by now with an approved plan if it weren't for the fact that the groundwater was so high and we couldn't do any percolation testing. And unfortunately, this summer has been very unusual in that respect, and we haven't been able to do perk tests yet. But this particular site has a number of constraints with respect to the high groundwater table and the wetlands. So as Brian mentioned, we have very little area to work with, and we're trying to keep as much flexibility as possible. So when we do get that percolation test, we can put a system somewhere on that property.
And so I guess for me, and I'd welcome inputs for others from the board, I sort of feel two tensions. One is that I would say I too am frustrated at the sort of incremental approach, but rules are rules. And if this is within the rules, I think it's allowed. I think that for me, I worry a little bit about, like, I think for us, the requirement is to say there need to be 2 lots for the well as described. If the well is otherwise compliant, I don't know that it's reasonable to say, hey, this has to wait for the planning board in 6 days because there'll be very new data, because it doesn't sound like there will be. It sounds like there'll be exactly the same data that's presented to us. On the flip side, I'm concerned that I think an abutting homeowner with a failed system certainly should have a reasonable expectation to be able to replace that system in a thoughtful fashion. And I don't think it's reasonable to have a sort of race to say, oh, well, we haven't subdivided the lot, we haven't done anything, but we dug the well in order to claim the territory. I think that's problematic. And so I don't know that it would mean that I wouldn't approve a septic system that potentially was within the well radius for that, as we do for other failed systems. And so again, my hope is that we'd be able to come up with a solution that would work well, but for the site constraints that are described, I think it's important to acknowledge that's one of the trade-off. And this isn't a race to put the flag in the hilltop and say, no, we've got a well and we have no other part of the property done, but we dug a well to claim this radius. I wouldn't expect that to lead the board to not approve a replacement system if that were the kind of only site available. I'd like to have some
Yeah,
Go
I
ahead.
mean,
Or
I
this
just
is-
think that it doesn't save time at all. It ends up making it way more complicated. Things change, unforeseen circumstances come up. Why are we speculating and doing things if we don't have the information yet? We don't even know that the planning board will have questions. I think we should wait. When they're ready, come back to the board. You're wasting our time right now. We have a lot of things on the agenda. Come back when everything is ready, and then let us vote on it. That's my
With
view.
all due respect, there isn't any speculation on the part of the planning board. The planning board has a very limited role. They have no discretion. They just have to endorse the plan. As Mr. Vitale said, Dr. Vitale said, we'll be back at the next meeting then with the same information. I would point out that, but the client has been aware that Mark indicated that the Moores had some issues or some concerns about what would happen with their system, and that Mr. McIntyre, in fact, communicated with Mark and with me and with my client, indicating that the preferred location, replacement location for 49 Farm was going to be behind their house, not in this location. But they were worried that if in fact their preferred location behind the house wasn't going to work, that they would have to come closer to here, and that they may have to ask in that circumstance for a variance for their replacement system as to distances from this well, which normally For a replacement system, the Board of Health has been quite willing to listen to those requests at that time with all of that data. But it would be unfair not to go forward with our proposal based on the possibility that maybe they would cite a septic system on the side of their property as opposed to where it is now behind their property, particularly since there are wetlands closer to their side of the property as well. And they haven't flagged those wetlands yet. They haven't done those things. The only test that they did do showed a depth of groundwater, I think, of 1 foot, 12 inches. The one hole that they did dig was 37 feet, I believe, from the property line, and it was only 1 feet from groundwater.
Wait, but
Jim,
system is
Yeah.
very different for a failed system. A replacement system is very.
I understand completely that for a failed system, the board grants variances.
No,
Right,
but
because it's a very different scenario. And like, I feel like, you know, this just
We're
says like,
we're not objecting to anything that they're doing. We just want
well, you don't have a standing to, but the question I have is like the normal sequencing is, here's where the house is going to go. That's like the first thing we understand. And here's where we're proposing the septic and the water. And so in this scenario, we don't have a clear understanding of like, this is exactly what the house is going to look like, the dimensions and the approved building permit. And therefore, here's where we're going to put the septic and the well. Like, so there's a normal sequencing of events that you're kind of putting on its head. And so I think we're just saying there's a lot more uncertainty with this sequencing than the traditional sequencing. And so that's where the agita is coming from.
I think
like
while
to
there can be
mention-
agita, I think if there's no rule against this sequencing, it's hard for us to sort of make one up and enforce it. And it seems to me like the risk of harm is to lot 2 in having their well closer to the septic on 49 as opposed to the other way around.
Yes.
And I think if we end up with 49, the only place they can put their septic is too close to the well on lot 2, then we have the power to approve that, and the harm falls on lot 2. So they're taking the risk, it seems to me.
And I want to make sure that they understand that. That's exactly my concern, is that maybe you would choose something different,
really
depending where
after
that
you do all
septic is
these-
going to be.
Jim, we just,
after you see all these-
Jim,
I'm sorry.
Jim, I just need you to hold off till the board's done, okay?
Sure, sorry.
Daryl, I don't think you got to finish your comment, then I'd like to ask a clarifying question, please.
No, you asked your question. I think I was basically done or nearly done.
So for me, I think I tend to agree with Matt, which is that I have concerns about the sequence, but at the same time, if things are allowed by the rules, I can have concerns and they can still be allowed. And so for me, it kind of falls in that bucket. I want to understand a little bit, and I think this is a Mark question. I see that the 49 approximate well location that's sort of cited on the left-hand kind of bottom, like 40th percent or so, and that we then have that radius, and then we have this other radius that's from the primary well. So really the only thing that would be outside of the well radius for 49 and inside the well radius for lot 2 would be this sort of pie-shaped wedge in the upper left corner, some subset of which would then also be limited by the property line setback. Do I have that right?
I believe so. When you said the upper left, Matt, are you looking at the?
Daryl's at the shared screen now, so sort of where the direction marker is, and I see like the 7243, 1193. There's this little kind of wedge here that is open. Yeah, where Daryl has it now. It seems like that's really the only zone that we're talking about where we would likely have something that was compliant with the on-site well for 49 and newly non-compliant with lot 2 and its associated well. And so it also seems like we'd have some subset of that wedge taken up by the property line setback as well. So the likelihood of having a well that has to go into the newly created zone of conflict isn't zero, and that should be transparent to the kind of folks going like to Mr. Murphy and his client to say, this is one of the risks, is that if there's not a better site, we certainly could end up putting this in. And I think one of the things that's different than our typical workflow is usually we try to prioritize distance from an abutters or from an abutters well over a homeowner's well. In this case, I think it's a little bit different because you guys are choosing to site the well, that you're choosing to do it out of sequence. There's a series of risks that you're taking on. I would certainly continue to work to prioritize that, but if we do have a really constrained lot, that may be more challenging than is typical, and I want to be clear about that.
This would be a point. Sorry, I just wanted to point out as the homeowner next door.
No, I have to hold you to the same standard, Mr. Murphy.
Okay.
Just would like the board to finish their comments, and then we'll circle back to both of you. Okay.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
All right, Daryl, go ahead.
Yeah, so I will add on. It looks like there's the potential that, all right, wait, I'll get to that point second. So I'd go along with, follow on from what Matt was just saying, is that we don't often have two projects that are kind of coming in together, and that there might be some balancing to go on between them. And as Dan McIntyre mentioned, if not for the extraordinary amount of rain, and I doubt that today's 4 inches or whatever are going to help the matter any, you know, they might have been done with their planning for their septic by now. So we're trying to avoid a serious pinch point here in the future. And it looks to me that you might have an additional requirement on your well if it turns out that, you know, where Matt was just talking about as a possible location might be less than 100 feet from your well, which would mean that you're going to have a deed recording, and every time that the property transfers, the Title V inspection is going to require a water quality test. Not that that is a bad thing to have happen, but it will, you know, potentially impact what has to be associated with the property. And so just want to make sure that that's clear. If you want to go ahead with this planning along these lines. And so, okay, go ahead, Jim, and then we'll go to.
We did consider this, and Mr. McIntyre was very helpful in telling us that if in fact they had to use this location, they would not need to go closer than 125 feet, which is above the Title V minimum of 100, but less than the 150. So we had some helpful communications between the two engineers about that potential. And as I said, Mr. McIntyre told us they wouldn't need to go closer than 125 feet. So thank you for bringing that point up, but I think we have gotten some comfort already about that.
Okay,
Yeah,
so Dan, I mean, I don't know if there's wiggle room on that. Things, who knows if ledge will be hit with the second test pit being dug.
Well, there's always that possibility, but I just want to clarify something that Jim said earlier about our project. Our preferred location is behind the house in the area of the existing system, but that area is also within the 50-foot no-build zone of the Conservation Commission's purview. So they may not approve it and push us closer to the well in Lot 2. But it really comes down to the percolation rate. If we get a rate of less than 3 minutes per inch, then we've got that 150-foot offset, which does encroach into our possible area of septic replacement. If we get a perk rate greater than 3 minutes, I think the point is moot. I'm sure we can meet the 125-foot offset that would be required under that scenario, because we also have to maintain the 50-foot offset to the wetlands that were delineated on the Murchison property. So I think Matt's explanation was a good one, that there's just a small overlap there that we're trying to maintain some flexibility on.
Mm-hmm.
And it may go away if the perk rate is in our favor on the 3 minutes per inch or not.
And I also don't, as Board of Health, I do not want to imply that we will guarantee that 100 or 125 feet, depending on what the conditions turn out to be when the full investigation and then design specs have been done. Because it's in the interest of taking care of the groundwater as well, to site the septic in as best of places as possible at 49.
And I think that's what the Conservation Commission is going to tell us as well when we ask to be within 25 feet of the wetlands. They're
Right,
going to
'cause
ask for
being near
alternatives.
wetlands is essentially being in connection with groundwater. So
Exactly, exactly.
I couldn't advocate for that as on the Board of Health perspective either.
So Conservation is going to be asking us for alternatives analysis, and one of the alternatives is going to be up close to where that north arrow is on this plan.
Mhm. Okay, so back to Brian or Mary.
So thank you, Dan. I just wanted to reiterate my understanding, albeit how limited it is, as to what our options are as a homeowner next door here. When it comes to rebuilding and repairing and replacing our septic, how many variances are we allowed if you were to compare a variance of closeness to a wetland versus depth to groundwater? Could you please reiterate for the record at this point how many variances we're allowed under state law?
With respect to groundwater offset and separation from wetlands,
Yes.
Title V requires a minimum of 50 feet off of wetlands for a septic system.
And the other one?
And a 4-foot groundwater offset.
And we
For
are
a
allowed to see
replacement
how many?
system, Yep, for a replacement system, if we want to encroach into that 50-foot wetland buffer, we would not be allowed to ask for any waivers on the groundwater offset. So it would be at a 4-foot offset, but closer to wetlands.
And vice versa?
And right, if we can stay 50 feet away from the wetlands, then we can ask for a groundwater setback down to 2 feet.
So with all due respect to everyone and all the experts, I'd just like to point out here that I am somewhat skeptical that we will be anywhere in our property able to meet either one of those conditions. So you can imagine our concerns when someone says, we're going to take away potentially part of your
No, I just want to be clear. I think what we're saying is not we're taking it away. I think that is a variance that would come into play. It doesn't mean that we're saying, hey, this well claimed the flag, they've got Antarctica, that means that nothing can be built here. It's saying that's a variance. So we do have property owners who need to replace a failed system, who have a variance to either their own well and the abutting well or to both. And so you could not get that variance to build a new construction system to replace a failed system. That variance is something that happens, but to Daryl's point, we need to have the specifics of the plan, but it is not, like, just for your context, like, it's not an uncommon variance for us to encounter, particularly in areas that have 1 acre lots. So like most of the systems downtown have some variation on those issues. And that's not uncommon. So I wouldn't say that a well approval means it's impossible for you to build in that wedge of property. It means that that would create a new variance in that little piece of pie in the upper left on the screen now. But that is separate from the groundwater description that Dan shared or the wetland setback. It's sort of independent of those two things.
I appreciate that explanation, but if I'm not here advocating for my rights as a property owner, I'm not sure who will. So you can understand what our concerns are and why we continue to voice them.
Total 100%. And then
Yes.
I see DeShang, and then I have a follow-up question I'd like to make of Mark.
Okay, and then I have something else. I'm going to make a note so I remember. All right, DeShang.
Yes, I just want to clarify a couple of things, and I think Dr. Vattel, you had a very good presentation and balanced on the two properties. It is technically, we have spent a lot of time, not just arbitrary theoretically. So created this plan as you show on the screen. We did show the well, and one I want to point it out is the circle setback around our proposed well was at 200 feet, which is not required. We actually, as Dan just mentioned, we probably only need likely, based on our testing, we did more than 18 test holes on our property, shows or the perk rate is from 3 minutes to 11. So it's got likely 125-foot setback rather than 150. So that circle have a 50-foot pullback that will pretty much put Mr. Murphy's choice in the bay, not be risked, at this new the proposed new well. So I had a many depths and a few a discussion, the email trade with Dan on this. So as he just said, so I just want to clarify because this plan looks like a little bit bigger. We were just trying to show with bylaw requires in 200 feet, there will be some septic system can fit into there, but then the actual setback will be pulled back another 50 feet, which is likely to 75 feet, which will be more than enough to even fit a septic beyond the well setback. That's technically, and it's the same for the septic system, even though we have not filed formal application. You can see on this plan, the design is almost done. And we have, if on the plan, if you're looking on the house, we have footprints of it. And also the septic system shows 2 test pit and 3 perk rate on lot 2. So originally when we were doing the testing with Mr. Oren, we assumed a much bigger fields can fit in. So in a way, if you fit in a bigger area to include 5 test pit, we have 3 perk rate and 5 test pit with all groundwater monitoring and correction already submitted. And we just, because of the house right now is a single family, it shrink into the tested area with 5 soil test pit, which meet the bylaw and the Title V requirement. So in a way, this is quite definitive. Technically, in my view, it's just the filing sequence due to uncontrolled, unforeseen issues, because we think in the planning board would already endorsed it before this meeting. But just as you know, that was canceled and postponed to September 7th. So I just want to make those clear, and that we are using this 11 minutes, which is located in the proposed septic system area, and we are
Okay,
in the process.
Deshang, I just
discussing it.
want to interrupt you because that's detail that we really shouldn't be diving into right now. And I want to hear, it's part of Mark's review and his sharing that with the board and all the rest. So
Can
I
I
don't
ask-
know if we want to spend time asking Mark to verify everything that you're saying about field observations now.
I think that's probably out of scope. I guess one question I have for Deshang on the plan, it looks like one of the key determinants of keeping the well in that position is the number 54, 150-foot buffer. And I just want to confirm, number 54 is an existing SAS for a separate property, or is that part of this overall development strategy for Phoenix?
So that's existing, as I explained. If you're looking at that existing septic system, it's not within the setback. This is a 200-foot circle. It's not the actual setback.
No, right, but that is what prevents you from moving the well southeast, which would further, right, the 150-foot buffer from number 54 is what part of what prevents you from moving this system southeastwards, for example, so
That's
that
correct.
you further minimize the property. And if you're telling me that number 54 is an existing property that is unrelated to this project, then you guys have no agency. But I want to confirm, because on the plan it says, approximate SAS, and I want to make sure that's because you're approximating its location, not that it is a plan that is as yet uncommunicated.
That's well, we say approximate is all based on the town's record. It's just not.
But 54, you guys aren't anything with 54. It's not that that's a parcel of the same project.
No, number 54 is not our.
Okay,
project.
perfect.
Matt, can I clarify, please? It's Bob. So
the septic system that you're alluding to is actually number 55 Farm Road.
No,
And
no,
that's-
he's talking about the one across the street, Bob.
Yeah.
Number 54.
Oh, okay, okay.
Because that's the one that's that circle right on your southeast corner. So you can't-
My mistake, yes,
Yep,
my mistake.
no worries.
And we don't own 54.
Perfect. That was the one probably wanted to just clarify. And then I think this is an Ellen Mark question, because I mean, I think one of the things that's clear that's worth saying out loud is that sequencing is a bunch of this. And I feel like that's one of the implicit tensions between both the homeowners at 49 and I'm sure for Mr. Murchison and Mr. Murphy in that development. And I sort of recognize that, and as much as possible, don't want the board to get in the middle of a sequencing debate, because I think that gets very complicated. I guess one question I have, or one point I want to make sure I understand, is that if the septic system plans are submitted and approved prior to a well plan, then the well would then be undrillable. Is that correct? Because again, every time I've had a variance for new construction, it was variance for constructing a new septic system. I don't recall having well variances that we needed to grant typically with the drilling of a well. And so I don't have
That is correct. For new construction, the policy of the board is not to grant any waivers or variances for new construction.
And that's both SAS and well.
For well support, yes, correct.
Well and septic, that is correct. And the sequencing is a little different here, as I mentioned at the beginning, where usually we see the entire plan with all the data for the septic system, meeting all our requirements. And I don't want to go into the septic. Deshang and I did have a discussion today that there will be some additional needs for the SAS, but again, now it's for another meeting. But with this here, this just the request for the well, which is very unusual. I've never seen that in my time here, but it's allowed. It's not that it's not allowed.
I think what I would say is, like, I think it's worth saying out loud, like, it's clearly happening because if the septic plan goes in first, the rest of it can't proceed. I don't think that colors what we do with the well, and I think it's important that it not color that. And so I think that it's a question of, like, I totally think the sequencing squirrely. I don't love seeing little chunks and approving it, but we don't have any rule that says we can't do this or that it's not the proper procedure.
From my review, that is correct, Matt. From my review of our well regulations, I don't see anything that says that for a single lot. If you go to our environmental health impact report regulations, which are for 10 or more lots, then it's a little different. You have to prove your septic systems and wells are suitable.
I'll copy cited.
Yeah, but this is only one lot, one A&R. And
Right.
again, it's a little different, but it is allowed that I can see from looking at our regulations.
Can I,
So
can I
have
just ask
two
what the-
questions. Go ahead, Lisa, and then I have two questions.
My quick question is, what is the impetus for wanting to get the well approved before sort of, figuring out the whole plan with the building and the septic? Like what's the, I guess, I'm just curious what the impetus was to, accelerate the well request.
From our perspective, we're not really accelerating anything. If this one is ready now, and it's ready to be approved, it does put a marker in the ground as it relates to where the septic can be. Because the septic we have, if in fact, as you said, we did the septic first, then we may not have any other choices with the well. But the well illuminates the rest of the site for us. And it's, we've already been to the Conservation Commission. We've already seen the building inspector. We've already talked to Mark. We're trying to do as much as we can and get as much as we can get done each time. And this is eligible to be allowed. And we're just requesting that you do that tonight.
Right. Now, so the well usually is put in first because that is critical. That's for housing issues. Having a potable source of water is paramount, and then everything falls from there. So, so that part makes sense. I do want to, so I have a couple issues. One is, what is this here, Deshang?
That's existing septic for 55 Farm Road.
And it's under the driveway currently?
Yes, yeah, it's partially, that's what it is. So they have, mostly are in like in a court, it's like a basket court, but it's existing, so.
Yeah, but it's still paved. So Mark, that was just something done before regulations said don't pave over.
I haven't reviewed the history of 55 Farm Road, but I would have to see how it got to that point, what year it was put in and so forth, and how the driveway got put over the septic.
Right, I am a little concerned if something was wrong with that septic, where is it gonna go? There are no setbacks. I don't know what the full property looks like, but that's just something to consider for the future, or they could always tight tank it, which would not be preferable. The other thing I'm wondering is whether we need to talk to town council about, and this is like talking about prenuptials before you're going to get married to somebody maybe. So, but I just want to protect the options of the other homeowners as well and make sure that we don't get in a bind by assuming everything will work out. So if we granted a variance, let's say we approve the well, and then the lot gets approved, and therefore we are able to then issue the thing that we approved. And there needs to be a variance to the distance to this well in order to get in a reasonable septic system for the neighboring property. It is, people have the right to appeal a decision of the board. And I don't know if we could say we would do this if there's no appeal made in the future. I mean, I'm sure there's some kind of, you know, you shouldn't have to waive your rights, but.
I'm not sure I follow what you're saying, Daryl. So
If
you're
we
saying like
if we approve this, the plan came in for 49, is it? Yeah, 49 for their septic. It ends up needing a variance to the distance to this well to put that in, which we have done for other properties, but there is a provision in our regulations that people can appeal our decision.
And where does that appeal then go?
I don't know, we haven't had it happen. Does it go to Mass DEP or does it go to court? How does that?
Ellen, do you know?
Mark, do you know? Or Ellen, where?
To the board,
Usually,
it would come back to the board.
and then it would go to court if.
And then it would go to court. So that could delay, you know,
But-
whatever resolution for the septic at 49 could happen. And I don't know, is there a way to get a formal agreement that there will not be a challenge?
Although I would push back. I think your reasoning's totally reasonable, Daryl. I think for me, it's a question of like, yes, there are two things happening at once. Like that shouldn't change how we decide things because we are not a timeline piece, right? Like if these projects were separated by a year, or if, you know, Mary said, you know, we're going to sell next year and we're really worried about that. I don't think it's fair. I don't think it's within our purview to say we're going to make those decisions because in time it happens to be close. And we want to make sure that a failed system is prioritized over new housing if those two things were to come into conflict. Because I do think that the question of where would a manifest injustice lie, it would be with the inability to use one's existing home, not in the inability to carve out a second lot and get additional property from it. On the flip side, I would say, I don't think we can ask or precondition and say, hey, you're going to let this happen because we don't know what the data will show of any associated testing. And I think any property owner, like the abutters who are at lot 2 for the lot 49 septic, should have the same rights and privileges as lot 49 does. And we sort of need to be able to allow that. I think what I would certainly say is I think our goal is to be very transparent to say it is quite possible by the decision to sequence as the applicant today is doing that this will be an issue for you. I think that we can't stop that issue from happening, but want to be very clear with Mr. Murchison and Mr. Murphy that like this is one of the risks you're taking on in the decision to proceed in this fashion. not in a punitive sense at all, but just that like, this is a funky sequence. One of the risks you run is that your septic system isn't approved. You run a risk there. The other is that there's this environmental circumstance. My level of worry about that for the 49 is that, especially, I didn't realize this was a 200-foot radius. Like, we have a really little piece of a 4-acre pie, and it is totally possible that it will be affected. But I think that that's a piece that the fact that that's an inaction piece, which I totally understand, having just replaced my own septic system last year, is expensive and stressful and distressing. Like, I think that we have to say, like, the plan isn't in, like, it's not submitted. It can't be approved today. If this can be within the rules, I don't think we can sort of choose our own sequence. And with that, I'll go back on mute.
Yeah, I tend to agree there. Like, I think we can't say no here because we're worried about what's going to happen in the future. I will also say that while I agree it's completely possible there's going to be a conflict here, I sort of couldn't see in the tiny print that was a 200-foot circle either. I think the overlapping risk of territory is going to end up being tiny. If you pull that back to 150 feet and you consider the lot line setbacks that 49 is facing, there's not a lot of room left in there, I don't think. I sort of wish I saw those numbers, but I think it's hard for me to say this is allowed and we're just going to say no because we're worried about what might happen in the future when we don't really have an authority to say no. I mean, I think we have to make the risk clear like we have, but I think it's very hard to say if this is allowable to say no just because we're worried about what might happen to 49. When I think as Matt pointed out, I think, you know, if we're faced with needing a variance for 49 in order to put a system there, I think it would be manifestly unjust to just tell them no, they can't replace their failed system. And so I think we can't do that.
No, it would be trumped by the need to replace it.
Yeah, exactly. So I think 49 has very little risk of, I think in fact, zero risk of not being able to replace their system, because I don't think we can say they can't do that. They have to find a way for them to be able to do that. It may limit them in some ways, but I think that's going to be small.
But these are very well known. These are called spite wells. These are, people do this all the time. They put their wells in on the edge of the property to restrict and limit the neighbors. It's totally unfair. And I think we really need to do this in the correct order.
But it's allowed, and there's barely anywhere else on the property they can put one.
Right, like this isn't a spite well, because a spite well is when you have a second well. And I think the reason this well is cited here is abundantly clear for the SAS setbacks. Like, there's literally no other corner it can go in. Like, I don't think it's
unless the lot was carved out of the overall property differently.
But
I just
we don't know that.
We could spend the whole meeting every single week speculating about possibilities, and I just really think that we should do things in the proper order. And they're not ready.
But there is no proper order. This is allowed. That's the problem. If there was a rule that said we can't approve a well until we have the full plans, then I would totally be on top of that. But we can't make that rule up tonight.
Yeah, the only rule that we have is that you
Well,
can't
that's
have.
not true. I mean, this circumstance has come before the board other years, and we said, please come back when you have all your information, and they came back with all their information. And that was just a really considerate way to do it, and it was totally fine.
I think we can make things conditional though, along the lines that we were just discussing. So I think we can put the caveats in, and we have no right to preclude approval of something that's not prohibited per se by the regulations. So we have to, maintain compliance.
But we had an example tonight of something that was conditionally approved and then never corrected, and now the final record has incorrect information on it.
No, but that's different because we're not approving that until we get the deed recording. I mean, that was conditional, so that's a little bit different from this situation. But absolutely, that's not compliant till the deed recording is implemented. So that part's a little different. But I guess Matt and Daryl, can we just construct this approval in a way that it's clear, it's conditional and caveated along the lines that we discussed?
I think we can. I agree with what Matt had to say. Similar to what I was saying is that, right, we could go ahead, we could prove this, hold its release until it is formally a lot, because that is the one thing we have not done before, is approve something for a lot that does not yet exist. So this is new territory, and that to me does mean holding it back.
If it
The
was a
well
lot,
is the,
it'd be totally fine.
No, but I mean, I think that to
No,
Jim's
but-
point, oh, go ahead, Daryl.
we don't, if they don't get the lot approved, then we don't release
Yeah,
the permit for a well.
Exactly. And if they do get a
Hold
lot
on to it,
approved, they
we
come
rip
back in
it
2
up.
weeks with this same plan and we have the same conversation, and that seems silly.
Yeah,
Like, I
and
think
they,
if we make it conditional, if there's no lot, there's no well, like, done.
Right.
Yeah, I think we can construct it that way.
And the well
then-
is the most important first step to define something. We would not approve a septic plan before you knew where the well was going to be able to be sited. So this would be the way to go, where we wouldn't want the house being built first, where then the only good spot for a well happened to be under the house. So, so that is all reasonable. Just one little nagging thought on where the septic is on lot 1. I don't know, Mark. I just want to make sure they have some potential to replace that someday, somewhere. I'm just
Yeah, I
seeing
made a
skinny
note
pieces,
to-
but I don't know what's off to the right.
And can I ask a question related to that for Jim and Bob? Right now, we're seeing lot 2 with new construction. Is there construction planned for 55 Farm?
No, Matt, not at this time, and I'm not contemplating it, no.
Okay.
And let me just clarify while I'm off mute that the asphalt basketball over part of that system, I went up to visit with the Malice family 15 years ago or more, and that basketball court was there. That's not anything new. That's a long.
No, I wasn't questioning that it was new.
It
I was
also
saying
isn't
that-
sort of the point of the hearing tonight, so I don't know that I want to delve too far into that.
And then can we maybe go to DeShang and Mary and then move towards a vote?
Yeah.
So maybe Mary, do you want to go first?
Did we turn on? Are we good? Okay. Thank you. Yes. So I guess I'd like to preface any further comments I have with just, we're very friendly with Bob, and we've known Bob a long time, and this is not about, it's not as if we're out with some personal vendetta here. Our concerns are about protecting our property rights. And the only thing I wanted to add to the record was that some comments have been made about the way that we went about demarcating the wetlands on our own land during a conversation about where we had or had not flagged. And I'd like to just mention that we flagged the extent of our land as we needed to get through the permit process, which is customary in the town of Sherborn. And we did so without telling the flaggers where they could or could not go. They came and they flagged the land, and that was put on a plan. And that plan will ultimately serve as the basis for our Title V approval process, if that's the right way to say that. And those, I think, are the only other comments that we had tonight.
Perfect.
Okay, thank
Thanks
you.
so much. And DeShang, are
Thank
you
you.
all set? I saw your hand up, but now it's down, so,
Yeah, I put it down. I think
Okay.
so pretty much everything get covered.
Perfect.
I have no further comments.
sounds good. Any other points for public input before the board does the final deliberation and kind of wordsmithing?
The only other thing I'd say is really for me, the major point of this was to make sure that for the owner of Lot 2 understood what could be coming and what the implications might be and how the board might be viewing the importance of replacing and upgrading a septic on another property, and that thus what that might potentially have an impact on their well or make them view the siting of the well differently. So I think we've accomplished that because I think we've discussed it from any angle.
The horse is beaten and the horse is dead.
That would be the other way of saying it, yes.
And just to kind of complete that loop, Bob and Jem, does this feel clear? Do you have any concerns about things that we've talked about or the way it's been delineated?
No, I think we were aware of the likelihood of possibility of variance requests, but we were confident, kind of the same way that Matt was, that the possible overlap was small and probably not although a possible risk was not a not a large risk to us. So we're aware of it, and we think this plan will work for us and work for the Moores.
Okay. Thanks so much. Daryl, sorry to interrupt.
No, that was fine. All right, so let's see. Do we have a motion to approve the proposed well plan, subject to receipt of confirmation that it has been approved as a lot, that lot 2 has been approved by the planning board? Do we need more than that?
I would just ask that it should be conditioned upon the endorsement by the planning board of the A&R plan. That's really the proper description of what act the planning board will do.
Because it's not a subdivision.
Right.
Well,
but they
that
will
was-
be taking a vote, will they not?
They do vote to endorse it, and then they actually endorse it. They actually sign a A&R plan. So we would then we could send to Ellen a copy. We got a PDF of the signed planning board A&R plan, and you could condition it upon the administrator's receipt of the signed endorsed A&R plan from the planning board. And that would be fine with us.
All right, does anyone have a preference about whether we specify that it's the planning board has voted to endorse, or
They actually endorse it.
that we receive a signed endorsement from the planning board?
I think it's fine to have them vote to endorse it.
Okay.
Do you feel differently? Receipt is nice and clean.
Yeah, if they've voted to endorse it, then the other piece is paperwork, which would come later. So this is a short version, shortcut.
Is it voting to endorse or endorsing?
I think it's endorsing.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
I couldn't hear what you
I just
said.
was asking if it was voting to endorse or just simply the act of endorsing. I don't know, maybe that's too.
If they
Now
like-
I'm
if they like to
lawyering.
make a motion to endorse.
Okay. Yeah.
The motion that I put down, a motion to grant approval for the proposed well plan, subject to receipt of confirmation of endorsement by the planning board of the A&R plan. I understand what we need. I mean, I can get that from Gino directly if it's not.
That sounds beautiful, Ellen. Good job.
So moved.
Second.
All right. Is anyone else hearing feedback?
Yes, it's
Yes. Stereophonic sound.
All right, good. Want to make sure it was my imagination. All right, so Daryl, aye.
Matt Beaver's aye.
Lisa, I.
Rebecca, nay.
Matt Vitale, aye.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. If I asking that one question, so Mark, so we will need to coming back regarding the soil, for the soil after we probably have another work conference call or discussion. So
Yeah, as we said, as I noted today, Deshang, I'm going to be sending you a letter, but out of a compliments to you, I wanted to call you first because it's technical data that we're reviewing for the soil testing, but I did note to you that I will send you a letter of the requirements for designing a septic system that require those 3 depots and 2 perks within the leaching area, the soil absorption. I'll send you a letter on that. But we'll talk one more time before I do. Thank you.
oh, okay, appreciate it. Thank you.
Have a good night, guys.
Thank you. Good night.
Okay, Mark, that's 7 North Main Street.
Yes, 7 North Main Street. We received, well, first of all, just for a quick update, 7 North Main Street they sold the house and the new buyer, well, we received a Title V and it showed the well closer to the septic than required. And the state requires that the nitrate as nitrogen be 5 parts per million or milligrams per liter. They're both the same or less. And they were to put in a test after putting in, I believe they put in a well filter 4 weeks. I'm sorry.
Did they, Mark, that's what I guess, can someone just clarify what they did before they took this additional test? Because I am unclear if did they actually put in the system or did they not?
Well, I'm sorry. Back and forth. My voice is echoing, but anyways, I'm going to avoid my voice.
Lisa, I think it echoes when you're unmuted, but I'm not sure.
That's weird because it usually doesn't. It's echoing right now?
No, now it sounds good. But
No,
then
okay.
when you're unmuted, I hear
Yeah, I'm
it.
unmuted. It's not me. So number 2 talks about how that basically because they were located at a distance below the 100 feet, and the initial test was above the 5 ppm, that they needed to put in a whole house treatment system for removal of the nitrate nitrogen. And then following installation of the system, 1 month later, they needed to take an additional test to confirm that the results were less than 5 ppm. The only thing I saw in the meeting, records for this meeting was the result. I didn't see anything that verified that the in-house treatment system had been installed. So that's my question. Was it?
And I'm going to need to verify that. And they're going to need to put on the lab report that the sample was taken after a filter. It only says point of collection, kitchen sink, but the result is 1.51 parts per million, which would be less than the 5, but we have to make sure, one, that they describe if there was a filter or not. And if there isn't, well, it miraculously went down. But I believe, talking to the homeowner, I'll have to look back at my notes. He said, I told him you're going to have to wait 4 weeks after you put the filter in. So I believe there is a filter. And 2, they need to finalize the deed recording that was required. And that has not yet been done. But since this has been handled with the board, I'm bringing it back to the board just so you know the status. It was more of a status update, and I will check to have those results reflect if the sample was taken after a filter for the nitrate nitrogen. Could you hear me on all that?
Yeah.
Okay, because
That
can't
was
hear you.
actually clear. There's no feedback now.
Thank you.
So this one is the most recent test that came in, and it's just not clear on 823 if they've put in the system, yes, no. Is that it?
Correct,
Basically.
Daryl. So, and I
Okay.
believe it was the real estate agent that was selling the property was just curious of the status, and I explained to that person that we would be bringing it to the board for review. So the next step will be to have them update that lab report to indicate it was after a filter. If not, then we'll have to figure out why it went away. But I believe I had a discussion with the homeowner in July, and I had to tell him you got to wait 4 weeks before you can test. So I believe the filter is in there. It's just they didn't notate it on the lab report.
I mean, don't we usually, yeah, I mean, I would think we would ask for documentation on the installation
Yeah.
as well.
As well as I can take a look at it too. I can ask to go in the house to see it.
All right,
Okay.
sounds good.
All
I don't
right.
have a good sense for folks who are here. Is there a specific topic you're most interested in for the sort of various attendees, just in terms of sequencing?
I'm going to guess this mosquito control project. I haven't looked at who's here lately, but that could be another one. Unless people have something else they'd like to mention, but
So maybe we'll go mosquito control, but if you're here for something different, let us know, because we have to be here for all of them.
all right. I think we touched upon this.
Farm pond. Jean just put farm pond in the chat for the farm pond testing.
Oh, all right. So let's go to farm pond then, and then we'll go to mosquitoes.
Yeah, and unfortunately, Ellen's been involved, and I have, with the geometric mean determination. And at this point, the geometric mean is still very high. I think it's 570.
Yeah, it's up
And
to 570 now.
yeah, what happens, you take the last 5 results and determine a geometric mean. There's formulas you can get on websites to do that. So you just put the numbers in and it gives you the geometric mean. With that said, it's unless I get 5 additional tests that may be lower, I don't know when that geometric mean will go down. If it doesn't go down, the beach has to remain closed. I did take a look at the beach after the last effects of the last hurricane, and there were many diversion ditches going into the beach itself, off the right when you enter from that little roadway from the boat ramp down to the beach, right at that location where you start to enter the beach. So, and at the first time I inspected for the high result, the 1060 we got a few weeks ago, I saw some bird feathers near the water. So, it could be a combination of the birds that migrate to that location, the drainage, as well as the possibilities there of the water being so warm too. And this is not the only water body that is having trouble with bacteria at this point. And that could be both from warmer water. It could also be from the heavy rains.
Yes, my daughter and her friends were going to go swimming. They said farm pond wasn't possible. They checked in the area and a lot of places were closed in the area. And like
And I didn't know if
Ashland,
Ellen-
Hopkinton Parks, and there weren't really that many choices. So this is prevalent. Also, the reason we're still asking for testing, and the town might take this on versus just farm pond, but that's to be resolved, is that until we have a series of tests that result in a compliant level, those signs have to stay up saying that it's closed. So it'd be nice to see if we move towards a resolution, and the levels were dropping significantly. And then we had the highest one yet just a couple of tests ago that was around 1,600, I believe. So definitely headed in the wrong direction, even though it was getting below 200 there for a bit. The other thing I've talked with someone about is whether we just come up with the additional funds to test, say, over by the yacht club, just to understand if this is something that's limited or concentrated in the beach area, because the way that geese like to be able to walk up onto land, and it's a nice spot for them to get out of the water easily, which is why the fencing has worked so well over the years. So that's another consideration, is to understand better the dynamic. Is this a widespread condition or limited in its extent and area? So, but that'll maybe some discussion too with the Farm Pond Advisory Committee. And also just finding out about funding those additional tests so we understand this better.
Daryl, I can have the testing done over at the yacht club. We did put the fence up yesterday.
Okay.
And the geese certainly don't like it because they were about 20 feet away from it, trying to get into the pond, and they were not successful. So we're just gonna keep it up and see what happens. There are people swimming. We tell them they can't, but it doesn't seem to stop them.
Well, they've been warned, and so, and that's the
and
point
that's
of
all
the
we can
signs, is so
do.
people know what the risk is, that there's a risk.
So my question is if I have them test over at the yacht club, where would you like it tested? Off the dock part of the yacht club?
Yeah, I would say out in the water. It's still probably going to be an area impacted because everyone who has a paddle board out there,
it's disgusting.
They are completely covered, feathers, etc. So all that's getting washed off by the rain into the water. And so that's kind of close to another major source of the E. coli. But at least it would give us maybe some understanding.
Now, we don't test at the boat ramp. So would that be a place you would like us to do? Or would
We
you
were
rather just
thinking,
stick-
I mean, we could also do the boat ramp, although given the boards, if it's
So I
an
guess-
additional, I don't know what the cost is and whether we have to cut it close. Sure, the more the better.
It's $85 a test.
And that doesn't include travel time for the lab, or
That
they don't?
includes everything.
Okay, so they don't do it a different price because they could do 3 at once with the same travel there. It's not.
I can ask Diana tomorrow if that would.
Okay, I don't think,
Daryl,
given
can
how
I-
important, yes, but I just want to mention, given how important the pond is to people, it seems worth it to spend the money to try and figure out what's going on, but that's my opinion.
Daryl, does it test? I guess my question is, are we doing testing because it will inform our understanding of what's causing the contamination? Or if the boat ramp tests, like, I think we have to get low tests at the swimming beach. And if we
Yes.
get low tests at the boat ramp, it will tell us that this is a local contamination issue from geese on the beach. And it will
Yes.
say, if Jeannie says she needs fence money, we need to make sure Jeannie gets fence money. But having a passing test at the boat launch or the yacht club wouldn't clear the swimming beach. It would just tell us
Correct.
this is a local phenomenon related to geese on the beach.
Right, but it will
Yes.
inform our, potential preventative actions. So I think it is.
I love the pond. I am totally on board with doing whatever the testing. I just want to make sure I understand kind of what box we're
Yeah.
checking. It sounds like it's an understanding box, not a fixing box. But the
Yeah,
understanding
because
helps with it.
yes, so the beach one is separate, it's managed separately, and it fulfills the requirement. The other tests are discretionary and investigative on our part, essentially.
So do we do the testing location at the same location every time, Jeannie, or do we
Yes,
sort of
they
mix it
go,
up on the
they
beach?
go in, I think they have to go in 3 feet, and they go down 18 inches to 2 feet. So my feeling is the geese have just been obnoxious this year, and so I'm hoping with the fencing, which is an orange fence that we have had, Highway helped me put it up yesterday. And I'm hoping with a few days of that will make a difference. So
We need like a kid with a drone. We'll be like, just keep buzzing the geese over and over again.
well, we have a few little ideas for next year, and but right now,
Falconers.
pardon me?
Falconers, like the people who've got the falcons, like you need.
Yeah, we tried to hire them, but they were really busy.
I love it.
Don't
Who knew
laugh.
Falconers would be so busy?
Jeannie, I just can't tell you, I appreciate last year when you figured out how to open the beach with COVID. I appreciate the fact that you've already sought Falconers. Like, kudos. That's like gold star work. Thank you for all you do.
Well, we're trying to come up with something for next year. So right now we're hoping the fence will get us at least to the point where we can open for the last few, last couple of weeks in September or whatever.
Right. Could also be the heat, because frankly, there are nowhere near as many geese there as there were a decade ago. So that is kind of perplexing. And I don't know if we've seen these kind of levels before. But
it's been an unbelievably warm summer.
Yeah, right.
And
so that's what I'm thinking.
rain
It's
and the geese,
Mhm.
and it's just a bad combination.
right.
Hottest
And the-
year on earth ever.
Yeah, and the water temperature is 76. That's very warm.
Yeah.
Yes. I feel like I'm sweating while I'm swimming. But anyway.
Well, so I'll ask her to do the boat ramp, and at the end of the docks on the yacht club, take samples
Yeah.
from there.
At either in the middle of the end or not close to where the boat ramp is. We just want to kind of get a different
On the other
spot.
side.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Make sure she doesn't send those results to the state.
No, those will be
Right.
separate.
Those will be, totally
Yeah.
separate.
Good, because
Right.
otherwise it'll confuse things for the state. All right, good. Okay, on to
Thank you.
mosquito. It turns out we don't have, I guess we ran too long. We've missed Concom input, but I'll just bring this up and maybe we address this later at our next meeting. We talked about just the spraying issue last time. That had to do with marking along roadsides, which, by the way, Thursdays are the day for spraying in Sherborn. I did look at unfortunately, they don't post until late in the mid to later afternoon about exactly what towns are going to be spraying in, because they don't do them every week. For example, today, because of the rain, they had no spraying planned at all in any of the towns that they cover for Wednesdays. But just to let people know that if you don't, and when they go out to spray, they have the list of people who have requested their properties to be sprayed. Some of the trucks have GPS systems that will tell them when they've reached that property, and others have maps. But they may not be perfect. So if you're concerned about not having your property sprayed, then you should post your property for no spray. But the question came up about Ward Park, which is the playground downtown, kind of at the base of the Pine Hill Cemetery. And there's a small pond there that has some vegetation, and that's conservation land. And the question was raised about controlling mosquitoes there. They did have, so CMMCP stands for Central Massachusetts Mosquito Control Program. They did have a representative from that organization come and do some evaluation at the park. So they did not find much larva in the water. And I don't know, see, this is where Concom would help, but what they found on mosquitoes, but we haven't had any hits in the arbovirus reports of positive Triple E or West Nile virus mosquitoes in Sherborn. However, there has been, I think, Ellen, it's the first case of a person with West Nile virus.
And a woman aged 80 to 89, and it's in a neighboring town. She lives in a neighboring town, but they would not tell me which town. But I got the severe HAN alert, which tells me it's a neighboring town.
Okay, so one of the questions that we might try to jointly discuss, perhaps with Conservation Commission and with DPW and maybe others in town, is about mosquito management at the park, and things to consider are whether it's just for nuisance mosquitoes or for, I guess at this point, would one want to assume that there might be some West Nile virus mosquitoes here, but I believe they're the ones that are just, are they the evening mosquitoes? I don't recall. One is evening. I can't I think it was triple E is later in the day, and I thought it was also for West Nile virus. But in any case, in the past, we've also talked about the issues of, do you do broad spraying? That again might kill off one life cycle, but they'll be back shortly. Or do we encourage people to do personal protection, wearing long sleeves and applying the repellent of their choice as to themselves before using those areas?
And avoiding certain activities at dusk and dawn,
Yeah.
you know.
Yeah.
Nice. I
Right.
mean, I play on the courts really close to that pond. And there's definitely annoying mosquitoes at the courts. But I would say, I mean, it doesn't seem like this year we have a particularly high prevalence, at least in humans, of West Nile and Triple E. We've certainly had worse summers from my recollection, Ellen. So
It's usually September. We're
Okay.
getting into this.
but a lot of the management comes to, like you were just saying, Daryl, like personal, you know, protective, mosquito repellent, clothing, and to the extent feasible, avoiding dusk and dawn, you know, outdoor activities. I mean, I don't know, do we wait and watch? I'm more concerned about like school athletics, frankly, than, you know, I think people can go to the playground at times that are going to be at lower risk versus the sports, which are scheduled, you know, and like at mandated times. So I think that gets a little trickier and potentially more problematic. But I mean, do we usually wait till, you know, September, Ellen, to figure out, you know, if we're gonna work with the schools on controls for athletic events? Or
Yeah, we don't unless there's positive mosquitoes or positive human
Yes.
case.
Yeah, I feel like this is kind of a no. I don't know. Do we need to take action, I guess, on our part at this juncture?
These diseases have been around for a very long time, and the vulnerable populations have been vulnerable to these diseases for a long time also. And I think that it just makes sense to be smart and use preventive measures. The consequences of, you know, panicking sometimes are worse than the benefits.
Yeah,
There are,
I'm not feeling the need that for us to take action at this point. I don't know. That's my input.
the state
Also-
offers, I was just going to say some public service announcements, little clips that maybe the local cable station could utilize for some of the education, if that might help.
That would be good to send over to them to post.
Not the reverse 911.
Right. So Mark, do you have, can you put your hands on those links and send them to
I
the?
had the links from last year, but where I worked before, but I can research it, and Ellen and I can work together on it.
Okay. And then maybe send that to them for posting. That'd be great. You can see the results here of some of the testing. My other concern is if people think the spray is a guarantee, I think that wearing your own repellent and proper clothing and is, you know, adjusting discretionary behavior, then that would be a much stronger protection, I would think.
I tend to agree. I think the only thing I want to point out is that these are rare but severe diseases.
Yes.
Less so West Nile, but definitely Triple E. Like I wouldn't wait for one case of Triple E. I think if we're seeing a pickup there, then I think we need to intensify prevention
Yeah.
efforts from whatever
So
level.
you can see the difference here, right?
Yeah.
There are positive and nothing positive yet.
Tripoli definitely worries me a lot more than West Nile, although neither one is fun.
Yeah, right. No, I agree with that.
But it's not in the mammals. So like, yeah, I guess I'm just not seeing statistics that create a sense of urgency. I think a public service announcement posting on our website is fine, but I don't really see the need to do more than that.
Right, because of course, if you could kill things with something innocuous, and those two characteristics do not go together, so there's a risk of applying pesticides. So that's part of my concern. Okay. Let's see, something in the chat. Is there anyone else who wanted to speak about mosquitoes, board or otherwise?
I was just going to add, Daryl, I think it's on the Concom agenda for this Thursday.
Okay.
I believe Courtney has her hand raised.
Oh, okay. Go ahead, Courtney.
Hi. Yeah, I guess the commission was just looking for any guidance you guys might have from a public health perspective. Because all the conservation properties right now, we asked to have them excluded from spraying. And my understanding right now anyway is that I hadn't seen this most recent update, but the last time I looked at the Central Mass Mosquito Control website is that they were only spraying on request at the moment. They weren't just going around doing the truck-based spraying, so that our request to be excluded was kind of a moot point at this current juncture. So we just wanted to make sure whether or not the current not requesting any kind of spraying at Ward Pond Park was kosher, given the current public health information, because that's not really our wheelhouse. Would be like the public health issue versus the environmental stuff. But I don't think we had heard anything compelling that said, okay, we should have the truck come and broadcast spray over the playground, which, that's a whole nother issue, whether, you want they say it's safe for the kids, but bring the kids inside when the spray happens, so we're just looking for an opinion on a public health topic.
All right, so, all right, if I can summarize, basically, we thought that the information does not yet suggest the need for spraying. If there were positive EEE samples, then that would be a little more perplexing, because again, the severity of that is more. And that people should just be, as it says here, long sleeves, use your own repellent of choice. Try not to go when the mosquitoes are most active. Anybody have anything else to add to that? And then the question is just how we get that information out. But since Mark noted something that could be posted, and maybe we post something on the website. Does that sound like what the board would like to see? Website posting? Anybody? Uh-oh. Am I still?
I think I agree with you.
Okay, great.
I personally would encourage preventive measures and be conservative, because what happens to the water supply and what happens to the majority of the population are all interrelated. And I think it's also public health to prevent the natural resources, as well as to, just be smart. I mean, because you can't prevent things 100% ever. And unforeseen consequences are problematic from a public health perspective as well. So
I'd also say a foreseen consequence is often that the same thing that you're using to get rid of mosquitoes can affect the things that would be predators of mosquitoes. So then you get a new dynamic going on, and you're getting farther away from your objective.
Yeah. Let's just cut and paste the top of this and throw it on.
Okay, fantastic. I'll do something like that. All right. Let's see, what other topics would anyone like? Oh, and then there's the option to invite the CMMCP in to give a presentation.
I'm not feeling
If we ever have a slow moment.
Yeah, I don't know. That seems low on my list. I don't know.
Or we could maybe do it even as a Zoom meeting for people in town and just advertise it and have them present to anyone who wants to dial in. All right, so we'll find out. Do that in the middle of February when everybody's hunkered down. Okay. Reorganization of the board.
Darryl, that's an excellent time for them as well. So they get busy now, so they can't come and do presentations, but they are available usually January, February, before their season gets busy in March.
Okay. All right. All right, who wants to kick off reorganization of the board? Which we normally do after the town election, but since that was on a different schedule and we were incredibly busy with all of the applications that came in, I believe we've already passed 100, which is normally maybe a year total. So it's been busy.
I'd like to nominate Daryl to be the chair. Do I have a second?
Yes, second. So moved.
Any further discussion?
No.
Perfect.
All right, that means I'm supposed to be voting.
Perhaps with deep
you've-
ambivalence.
Okay, let me take this opportunity to say that I love how active this entire board is on matters of the board. So it's made the chair duties lighter. So I really appreciate that. So I will accept this, or I will vote aye on the condition that you continue to be as helpful as you've been all along.
Oh, conditional, huh?
Yes, Daryl, aye.
Matt Beaver's aye.
Lisa, aye.
Rebecca Honeywell, aye.
Matt Vitale, aye.
All right. So who's going to nominate Matt Vitale for vice chair?
Matt Vitality. It is late. I nominate Matt Vitale as vice chair of the Board of Health.
Seconded.
And Daryl, aye.
Matt Beaver's aye.
Lisa, aye.
Rebecca Honeywell, aye.
Matt Vitale, aye. And I do just want to note that when we eventually have in-person meetings again, I think we need to more fully incorporate gaveling into the process.
I support that, and I want my own.
Perfect.
Yeah, that would be kind of nice. All right, on the next one, I'm going to propose that everyone look at the list and then we just vote to whether we're going to confirm all these appointments. And does anyone have any comments on any particular one? Otherwise, we'll vote them as a block.
Ellen, my recollection is that there's no cost downside to keeping Ethan in the part-time role.
Yeah, I was going to ask that. I think that's my recollection too.
I don't know. Yeah. This,
Perfect. Then I'm supportive of the block. Do we need a motion, Daryl?
Yes, do we have a motion to confirm all of the appointments listed?
So moved.
Second,
Daryl, I.
Matt Beavers, aye.
Lisa, I.
Rebecca Honeywell, I.
Okay.
Thank you.
Congrats, Mark.
I appreciate it. I do. Thank you. And let me say, as Daryl said, this has been the best board I've ever worked with. So thank you all.
Oh, you're just saying that. It's late.
Yeah.
No,
All right.
I'm not.
Noting that it's late, the second well seems like a hefty thing.
But
Discussion.
I think let's roll that one over to the next one, because I don't think
Okay.
it's urgent, and I think it will do better when it's sort of unhurried.
Yeah, and discussion of ARPA funds, I also think is, maybe a little, it's both simple and not simple. What I do think we have to just say something is Meadowbrook Commons is one, and then ZBA petitions and confirmation of that VNA invoice, just to get that cleared up, although it's been paid. So Meadowbrook Commons, there's going to be a planning board public hearing. I'll jump right to it and say the only thing I could think of on us weighing in on is whether we want to recommend that they get a peer reviewer to act on behalf of the town to review the water supply lines and sewer conveyance lines, because that's not something we ordinarily do in terms of connecting to a municipal system. Unless, Mark, that's something that you've done before.
Would that fall under us? I mean, I know it's because it's public water, doesn't technically, need our approval or anything, but in a way, isn't that, I mean, with the DPW, I'm just trying to figure out like who would be better suited or more appropriate to even, perhaps deal with a review of those things, because it's pretty much, it's an engineering analysis versus.
Well, the things where I think it's Board of Health is making sure those lines aren't coming too close to or crossing over somebody's well lines. I don't know. There must be something that should be verified and not just assumed it's all okay, but whether we need to do that versus somebody needs to do
Yeah,
that.
I kind of feel like, I don't know, to me, it seems like there's a lot more of engineering issues, because it could impact things also like, load bearing on roadways and things like, so I just wonder if the DPW might be better suited, and they, certainly should be aware of all things like, setbacks and being, mindful of crossing over water lines, et cetera. I don't know. To me, it feels like it maybe isn't necessarily best suited for our board.
So I don't know if Sean is still on, but I'm going to guess that that would still maybe be best to have a peer reviewer acting on behalf of the town who does specialize in that.
Yeah,
It's just how you avoid infiltration and outflow from especially the sewer lines. So leaks and that kind of thing.
I would support that.
Right. So should we reach out to him and see if we should coordinate it? I'm not, I'm also supportive of having someone review it. I just don't know that it needs to be us in the middle of that.
Yeah. Okay.
We have a responsibility to be involved. That's why we're on the board. I mean, that's our responsibility.
No, it's about public water and public sewer. So, it's not within our regulatory purview. That doesn't mean we're disinterested parties, but no, it's actually not. It's not.
But there are abutters to the entire project, and it's our purview for those to represent those abutters. I don't know why you could possibly think that we don't have.
Wait, Rebecca, this is for getting public water supply lines in roadways and to serve buildings, public water supply. It's not going to be impacting.
I understand. You don't need to attack me. I'm fine.
No,
I
I'm
get
not
it.
attacking, but I'm just saying, like, it's not the same as if it was going to be, you know, a community well or a large, you know, private well that could be affecting the production and quality of a butter. So it's a little different. That's why I think
I just still think we have a role.
No, but I don't. I think what Lisa's point is we have an interest, but like we don't manage public wastewater utilities. We don't manage public water supplies, and so I think that we may have a role in as much as Daryl's saying to the ZBA, hey, or Daryl's it's ZBA or planning board.
Oh, good question. I guess planning board.
But so we are in the name of our interest flagging to say, hey, somebody should look at this. It doesn't seem like it's in the purview of Board of Health because we're not a typical inspector of public water supplies or wastewater. But Jeff, what do you have to add to this?
Yeah, I was just thinking maybe we could, it seems to me like ZBA a little bit because of what we've discussed before too, Matt, about, you know, legal issues regarding potential other parties trying to connect to the system. So it's not purely a technical review. But it seems like either the ZBA or the select board may have to address it, and maybe town council, I don't know.
I think that sounds good.
I would suggest that we at least alert planning board that this is an issue, and then when it gets back to ZBA for approval, I'm not sure why it goes to planning board. I thought everything was going through ZBA for these projects, but and I'm not sure why this is going to them. So anyway, tell them, tell the next group and the next group that it's our recommendation.
Yeah, I think it's a good recommendation, and I agree it's not clear who owns it, and I also agree it's probably not the Board of Health, but I'm not sure. But if CBA is normally the ones that handle 40B projects in terms of aggregating input from all the entities, including the Board of Health,
right?
Then they may be the one to make the request of the developer to have you know, an engineering advisor be provided to the town. And then we'd have to figure out who would, you know, manage that, whether it's the DPW or I'm not sure who.
How about if we have a motion to have Ellen send a 1 or 2 sentence email to the planning board regarding this hearing, saying that the Board of Health strongly recommends that the town hire a peer reviewer capable of reviewing the water and septic supply systems for the project. And then the second sentence could be, and we are happy to, you know, discuss this further.
Sounds good.
Would you include the ZBA and the planning board in the?
I guess we could send it to both of them. It does say planning board hearing though, but we could send it to both.
I think it makes sense just because they are the ones that have sort of assembled the documentation in the past.
Yeah.
Darryl, could you repeat your motion to have me send an email to the planning board that the Board of Health strongly recommends that the town hire a peer reviewer capable of reviewing
the water and sewer infrastructure, maybe that's the way to word it, for Meadowbrook Commons.
And then you had a second.
And then the second would be that the Board of Health would be willing to discuss this further.
It's not just Meadowbrook Commons though, right? Is that the rental unit, isn't it?
No, Meadowbrook Commons, I think, is the
condo, but it's for both.
Yeah, it would be for all of it.
It's not just I forget.
The
what other-
hearing is Meadowbrook Commons. I don't know.
Yeah. I think that's the meeting. Is that the one where Marion wants to have it be in person? I think.
I didn't know. I didn't think she wanted to have it in person, but the chair wants to have it in
Well, I
person.
think that's the meeting they're planning to be in person. I
Yeah.
think that we talked about earlier.
Yeah. Okay. So do
All
we,
right.
would someone like to move that?
So moved.
Seconded.
Daryl, I.
Matt Beavers, aye.
Lisa, I think you're muted. Why don't we go to Rebecca and then we can circle back?
Rebecca Honeywell, I.
Matt Vitale, aye.
I'm here, sorry. Lisa, I, sorry.
Okay. Oh, and then the ZBA petitions. Let me pull that one up. Just because they're having the meeting tomorrow. Okay.
Some donuts.
Yeah.
Just so the board
All
knows,
right.
I had a discussion with Nora Lynch for 5 Washington, and she has a couple minor things to do. Actually, one minor thing, the wall around the septic system wasn't complete. So we still have a conditional certificate of compliance for the septic system, but she said she would have no problem fixing up the wall. It's a concrete / granite wall that they put around the septic so no one drives on it. And she said she would take care of that.
And are they changing the use of whatever this space is? Like, do we
Uh,
need calculations of exactly what they're going to be doing? Like, what kind of
Mhm.
retail space? And
I
so
believe
we
the
could
retail
compare
still,
against.
I think it's the same as it was. They had that retail shop in the back and the professional offices within the old house. So I didn't see
Okay.
change when I was out there. I didn't go through the house, but I believe they're keeping it the same as it was prior.
All right. So on that one, Ellen, I guess we need to tell them that
But
there's outstanding needs with the septic system that need to be resolved. And that
I think your point,
as
Darrell,
long as, the activities within the space have not changed. Otherwise, if there are any changes to those activities, they need to come talk to the board.
yeah, that sounds good, Darrell.
All right. Anyone else have anything else for that? Okay, next one. This is the one where the person is putting in a home gym. And then there was a little diagram here. What was that? Here we go. So this one, I think, also has to just have a room count kind of evaluation
agree.
done.
It has not yet come to us for review, so that would need our
Okay.
review.
And presumably this will go through the normal building permit process, but just to let
Yes.
them know that we will, once the building application and plans are in, that the Board of Health will be reviewing it for compatibility with the septic.
That's appropriate.
Okay. And then, let's see. And anyone else, if I'm missing stuff, just jump right in. This one, it looks like they want to get a pharmacy back in at 19 North Main.
Darrell, I did approve a building permit for a fit out. They're adding 2, I don't know if I want to call them exam rooms, but 2 private rooms for inoculations and so forth that you see in most pharmacies. It doesn't
wow.
change. It doesn't change the process. It's just becoming more and more part of pharmacies now that they have a private area for inoculations.
Does it change the amount of water use for?
I don't
cleaning?
see that because they're doing it right now. They just put up temporary curtains and so forth for privacy. But I believe this is just for those purposes. They didn't show any sinks or anything within the rooms. They were just
Okay.
separate, like closets almost.
So the last time I looked, I think they were testing the water again. For years they weren't. And then a few years ago.
I agree. They should be reminded that, you know, previous pharmacies were using bottled water in the process of if they were doing any manufacturing or whatever, production of pharmaceuticals, but I'm not for sure when the last time they had the water tested.
Okay, so how about if we just remind them that if they are planning on using water in any medicinal formulations, I don't know if that's the right terminology, doctors can weigh in, that they will need to
And they should not
verify.
be compounding there.
Okay,
Like, it's like very regulated. If you're like, oh, we're like mixing stuff up and we're doing X, Y, and Z, I think you have a specific set of state mediated pieces that you have to do that would be
Okay.
separate from us sort of adjudicating. Matt, does
so
that
I was
sound-
just concerned that the water supply may not be tested. And if then
Right.
it would qualify as a PWS, I would think.
Right, but they
there's a
shouldn't be
whole-
compounding because that's a separately licensed thing. And they would need to
Yeah.
be using sterile water and it would be a whole
Oh,
production.
all right. Okay. Okay. All right. Since they have people coming through but not consuming water on the property, I don't know how that affects PWS status. That's not, is that our job? Yeah, I don't know what to say about that.
Why would it be any different from the, Walgreens that was there before? I mean, why would it be different?
Yeah, I don't know. That 25 people a day, they probably have 25 people a day passing through there, but it's not a consumptive activity. So
And I think it's, Lisa, your
I
point
would
is
assume
that
that's different.
Yeah,
the
whatever.
inoculation room doesn't have it. We don't think it has its own requirement. So if it's
Yeah.
compliant before, it should be compliant now.
Exactly. That's my point.
All right. And then, all right, this next one.
Duncan.
Yeah.
We have not yet received the building plans for the building, the new building for Dunkin' Donuts. And the engineer that we were dealing with about 2 months ago did complete some soil testing, but we have not yet received any.
I thought we did have plans, didn't we?
Not septic plans.
Oh, okay. Okay, not septic.
But we have, I think the building plan itself, I haven't received formally. But I just saw a building. I thought that might have been it.
Yeah, it's in the documents that Ellen posted. They had like at least a conceptual layout.
Yeah. And we have had discussion with the owner at a previous meeting about making sure the seating is set up so it's not over the septic system capacity. So, but I haven't seen it formally submitted as a building application. I think they're waiting for the septic system to be designed and approved.
Okay, so then for this one, really, once we see the plans in their building application, if that could, whatever this is, gets approved, then we will be reviewing for, again, the appropriateness of the plans relative to the septic, either existing or new.
Yeah, because the previous building was a salon, which had like pretty high intensive septic requirements, right?
That is correct. They had to have a tight tank in there to collect permanent solutions and color solutions.
Right.
So they did have extra requirements. In this case, for a Dunkin' Donuts, they're going to need a grease trap prior to the septic tank. An outside large 1,500 gallon grease trap is usually what we see when they design the septic systems for food facilities.
Yeah, because this thing's going to be pretty big, wasn't it? 1,800 square feet or something like that. I don't know if it was on this too, but
Yeah, yeah, the bowler had a plan in there somewhere.
yeah, it's not attached in this here, but
1850, so, yeah.
I think I sent a separate link.
Yeah.
Yeah, I definitely saw it.
It's posted on the, I think it's posted on the town website, isn't it?
I think so.
Yeah, I thought it was with the documents, but.
No, it's not with this.
Not with the
part.
ZBA document.
Yeah. Okay. Can anyone think of anything else that has to be said for that one?
So with that one, I'm just saying that the Board of Health will review the building application when it's submitted, and it will review the septic, either existing or new, for the capacity when they are submitted.
That sounds
All right.
appropriate.
Yep. Okay. All right. And last one is that VNA, unless there's other things people want to talk about, but I think our energy is waning.
Why?
Yeah, imagine that.
The VNA invoice looked good to me.
Okay, yeah, it was
Agreed.
$618, which, considering, I guess more things are going to the CTC lately, the state
Yeah,
level.
I expect, I mean, we've certainly seen a substantial uptick, and I would not be surprised if we see an uptick in this cost as well.
Yeah. And it looks like those ARPA funds could still be used. Something just to put in the back of your mind for this discussion is ARPA is specifically intended for public health measures. So see what creative ideas you come up with for that.
Falconers.
Yeah, apparently.
So for our next agenda, it sounds like we'll have ARPA funds, we'll have second well workflow. It may make sense to have school reopening. So today was the first day of school. I think all has gone well so far that we've heard. I think for folks who are not on the sort of various school committee Zooms, I feel like there are a couple of topics just to update you guys on so you're up to speed. All of them were discussed in the joint school committee and at various parent and faculty forums. So I think stakeholders are up to speed, but just so you guys know what's going on, I think just a brief update then would be helpful, but nothing to decide right now.
Sounds good.
You want to vote for that VNA invoice though?
Oh, yes. Do we have a motion to approve the VNA invoice?
So
for
moved.
payment?
Seconded.
Daryl, I.
Matt Beavers, aye.
Lisa, I.
Rebecca Honeywell, aye.
Matt Vitale, aye.
Okay. Anything else? And anything else from anyone who's still hanging on with us? Okay, we will adjourn then.
All right. Have a good night, everybody.
Thank you all.
Night.
Good job, guys.
Bye.
Good night. Noting that it is August 18th, 2021, and it's 7:04 p.m., I will call the Sherborn Board of Health meeting to order. Since it's a virtual meeting, we'll do roll call votes for any votes we need to take. And we have 3 of the members here tonight: Matt Beavers, Matt Vitale, and Daryl Beardsley. And we also have the Dover Board of Health joining us for a joint discussion. And I'll let them call their meeting to order in just a moment. But first, I want to announce any items to be added as not reasonably anticipated by the chair 48 hours in advance of the meeting. And we can vote whether to amend the agenda. So one thing that has come up is condition of farm pond bacteria counts. So that's the one thing I have to add. Does anyone have anything else to add to our agenda?
Daryl, did we need to add anything with the upcoming ZBA hearings?
Uh,
Or do we?
I don't know. Do you recommend that?
Daryl, if
oh,
I
go
may,
ahead.
Daryl, oh, sorry, go ahead, Matt.
Go, Mark.
I just want to say, Ellen sent us at 6:11 this evening, a ZBA agenda. There is a
all
notice
right.
on there for the Dunkin' Donuts, proposed Dunkin' Donuts, and I think we should comment on that.
Yes. Okay. So I just got in from a
Perfect.
4 a.m. to now workday. So I haven't read that yet, but happy to go over it later. So let's add that as an option. Anything else?
That's all I got.
Okay. So do we have a motion to add those 2 items to tonight's agenda?
So moved.
Seconded.
All in favor? Daryl, aye.
Matt Beavers, aye.
Matt Vitale, aye.
Okay, and I just want to note, we do have 2 variance hearings tonight. We have what I anticipate will be a robust discussion coming up. So I'd like to be mindful of the people who are here for the variance hearing, and we can, I'd like to hear thoughts of whether
so
we would want to consider carrying over any discussion if we don't get to everything by 7:30 into, after the 7:50 variance hearing.
Yeah, so what I would propose is I think we should try to get done before the 7:30. I think we should have a period of public comment to open. I would encourage people to be brief in your comments and not to reiterate previously raised points. But I think we need to be respectful both of the time of people who are carving time of their evening to be here. And I think we'll want to get to the point of decision, as well as abide by our previously scheduled variance hearings that were already on the docket when we scheduled this.
Okay, and I don't know if people could take a moment who are in the audience, and David Williams, if you would be willing to count, if people could raise their hand on whether they would like to make comment, and then that will give us some idea of maybe how long people could have to speak.
So I think, Daryl, regardless of the number, I think we should focus on 1 to 2 minutes and plan for kind of wrapping it up by 7:20.
Okay, and then, all right, so let's let Dover then open their meeting, and then we can get started.
Okay. This is Gerald Clark, Chair of the Dover Board. I note for purposes of speed here that we have all 3 members, Dr. Stephen Kruskal and Dr. Kate Peterson. I would ask the chair if she would accommodate a request that all present put in the chat their names and their residency. There is a vast number of individuals who are here tonight, and I think for record purposes, it would be beneficial to have that on the record.
Jerry, the chat is not enabled for this meeting.
Okay, well.
So how about before people speak, they need to say their name and, whether they're from Dover or Sherborn.
Okay. Well, that's all I had to say. Thank you.
Okay. All right. So Matt, would you like to, oh, wait, sorry, Dover, did you open?
We did.
Pardon me. Yes, okay. So Matt or someone in Dover, would you like to kick off the discussion?
So I think it's fine to open with public comment, and then we'll discuss. So I see 4 people requesting comment. K-phone will need to self-identify in terms of residents. I would propose we go in alphabetical order, starting with Dan Cahan, Courtney Eck. Don't know who K-phone is. And then
be careful. Focus on your hoverboard. To see if we're going to go to Lego.
Rochelle, we totally agree with you that hoverboard should be the focus, but please mute. So Dan, go ahead.
All right. Hi, this is Dan Kahn from Dover. Just briefly, I would like to say it's my hope and opinion that we should be having the kids wear masks in school due to the contagiousness of the Delta variant, as we've all been reading about, including the 2,700 cases reported among fully vaccinated individuals in Massachusetts just in the week ending August 14th. Hopefully they can be vaccinated soon and we can move on from this. That's my brief comment.
Thanks so much, Dan. Courtney, I think you're on deck next.
Hi, Courtney Eck. I'm in Sherborn, Pine Hill parent. I've been following a lot of the discussions and the news, and I think, we have a lot of great professionals who've been on this whole process for the last, year and a half. And I think they've made great decisions. And
so far, I feel like we've been in safe hands, as safe as we can be. So I trust whatever their judgment is tonight. I also want to encourage the board to have masking in the schools during the school year, just given everything that's going on. Did you want to say something? Okay, so not to cheat, but I have a second person here who would like to make a comment. Go ahead. So this is James Eck, Pine Hill student. Do you want to say something about masks? Go ahead.
I think masks should be worn inside. I think masks should be worn at Pine Hill.
Mm-hmm. They make you feel safer. You good? Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
It's always
Perfect.
good to hear from a student too.
Thanks, Courtney. I think we have Tracy Mannion up next.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yep, coming through loud and clear.
Excellent. Thank you so much. I'm Dr. Tracy Mannion of Dover, Massachusetts. And as some of you know, I do research. I put a deck together that I have sent to the Board of Health and the Health and Hygiene Committee in our community. You know, we're in a very different place than we were a year and a half ago. We know more about COVID now, and survival rates are now over 98% in all age groups. We're treating most COVID cases at home as we do with the flu. As a highly educated community, our residents realize COVID is not going away anytime soon. And like influenza, it will arrive, it will circulate, and it will continue to have variants. And it will most likely be the same way most variants evolve over time. They become more infectious, but generally less virulent, as Delta is evidencing to us. Government data now are showing that more people are actually dying of pneumonia. Yet at least one study shows pneumonia and other potentially dangerous microbes can be contained in our children's masks when worn by children for over 6 to 8 hours at a time. Parents locally are noticing a rise in respiratory illness and headaches in their children, and this is not due to COVID, pneumonia, or influenza. Children have been playing sports with masks outdoors and are being negatively affected in the heat. There's exhaustion, dehydration, and headaches, and parents know this is in relation to mask wearing. School-based transmission to teachers and schoolmates is rare, and this has been reported by JAMA, CDC, the Lancet, Science, and various meta-analysis. Masks are not effective in preventing the general public from catching coronavirus, and this is reported to us by the US Surgeon General, CDC, National Institutes of Public Health, New England Journal of Medicine, and PubMed, just to name a few. WHO and NIH have also commented that masks don't work the way we think they do. They might make us feel better, people, but they don't work that well. Mask side effects, to name just a few, just a handful, is that there's so many. Headaches, inflammation of the respiratory tract, oxygen level drop, fatigue. We see an increase in carbon dioxide levels under the mask and CO2 blood content, breathing resistance, contamination with bacteria, funguses, viral and dental infections. The NIH talks about rebreathing the pathogens on the mask, and there are extensive studies on the psychological damage and mental health that our children are undergoing because of these masks. And that all comes from ResearchGate, PubMed, Springer, WHO, and NIH. A medical doctor states, quote, "We can't eliminate the virus completely, at least not in any reasonable time frame. Smallpox took about 100 years. The next phase of this pandemic is going to be learning to live more normally with some risk of COVID-19. We do this every day with other risks, but it's going to be hard to make this mental shift." The WHO 2020 guidance on children and masks states, and this is the overarching guiding principles.
Tracy, I just want to acknowledge you have multiple other comments in your overtime.
Yes, yeah, okay. I'm just about done. 2 more comments. WHO says do no harm, do what's in the best interest of the children. Numerous schools near us that are actually larger than us are not mandating masks. They are making them optional. This includes Millis, Medfield, Norwood, and Carlisle. And masks should be deemed optional, I feel, for 20 to 21. And this is based on science and parental knowledge of the children's personal, physical, and mental health. And
Tracy, we need to have time for other folks.
Yep,
perfect.
Thank
Kate, when you're up. Okay, we've got no K phone. We'll go to Carolyn in Dover.
Hi, Carolyn Malloy, Dover, Massachusetts, and I've got Molly, who's going to be a freshman
in the school system. And I would like you guys to touch upon your thoughts about masking the kids during sports. And I know that there's some doctors on the board here, so I really want to hear the science behind the reasons for masking. I realize that there's a lot of fear and, you know, people feel like a mask might be a safety blanket, sort of a comfort level. But what I really want to hear this evening is the science behind any reasoning. So thank you very much. Look forward to the discussion.
Thanks, Carolyn. We've got 3 comments. We'll take those 3 and then we'll go to the deliberation of the board. I'm going to go Adam Henry.
Hello. Hi.
Yep.
My name is Jen Lemnios. I'm Adam's wife. He's over there. I'm at 49 Oldfield Drive in Sherborn. And I just wanted to say that I'm very much in favor of a mask mandate in the schools. And in fact, I would be in favor of a vaccine mandate for those who are eligible for the vaccine. Thank you.
Sounds good. Thank you very much. We are, just to be clear, we'll just be discussing masks tonight. I see Brendan O'Hagan.
I'm a teacher at the high school. Is it okay if I still go if I'm not a town resident?
That's fine.
Okay, so I just wanted to point out that the governor has explicitly said multiple times, including today on WGBH with Jim and Marjorie, that while he's not mandating masks for schools across the state, it's his strong recommendation that schools adopt a mask mandate and that he's looking to local officials across the state, hopefully, to adopt that. So that's one component. And the other is I think we need to be careful about some of the myths around masking. For example, one of the previous speakers mentioned a buildup of carbon dioxide in the mask that was from a study in Germany that was retracted. And JAMA published about that and said that was totally bunk. So the Mayo Clinic has a site listing a bunch of these myths that have either been from retracted studies or that have been debunked in any of the major medical journals. So that's it. Thank you.
Perfect. Thanks, Brendan. Vishay, I think you're going to be our last commenter.
Hi, I'm Vish. I live in Green Lane, Sherborn. 2 kids going to Pine Hill. My son was going to Pine Hill last year. He was wearing masks. My one comment is this is a different variant, more contagious, more transmissible. The kids below 12 don't have vaccines, so you know they are vulnerable to this variant. In the case of things like flu, we get the flu shots for the kids. We ourselves, adults, get flu shots, and so there's some level of protection. The kids don't. And since the vaccine's breaking through the the vaccinated individuals are equally transmitting it, that implies that the kids don't have any protection because of us being vaccinated. So I think masks should be worn. One other thing I would suggest is nothing is a blanket thing. We should always periodically reevaluate this, just as what was done by all of you last year. And when it's deemed fit, relax the mask mandate. Second thing is, final comment, whenever there's a big holiday break, I would suggest that if we relax the masking rules going into it, reinstate it for 2 to 3 weeks after coming out of that break. So if it's a Thanksgiving holiday and Christmas, New Year's holiday, whatever, coming out of that holiday break, reinstate the masks for at least two to 3 weeks, and then again ease it off. I think what was done last year was beautiful and perfect. It kept us all safe. Let's go the same way until the kids get the vaccines. That's all. Thanks.
Thanks so much, Vishay. And again, in the interest of having the board have time to deliberate, we're going to close the period of public comment at this point.
I'd like to mention that I think Kay had, or Dover had received some comments via email.
I've got that list. Again, I think in the interest of time, we received comments from Robert Andrews of Dover, Dr. Mimi Wackendorf-Andijo, Fran Dinho from Dover, Kathy Horrigan from Sherborn, Carrie Lombard from Dover, Aaron Rodat-Salva from Dover, Lori Johnson of Dover, Valerie and Samuel Lynn of Dover. So there have been a variety of comments that have been received and communicated. So what I'd like to do is appreciate the public comment. And I think I'm confident that in this group of 100+ people, we have a variety of opinions. I think that one of the things we have in common is a shared desire to see our kids successfully in school in a safe environment that's able to prioritize in-classroom participation, to prioritize our school community in a way that's safe and sustainable, both for the students, the families, and the staff that work there. And I think that's truly a common goal. I think there are different interpretations of some data, and appreciate the materials that were sent. Much of the data that was submitted was either factually incorrect or misinterpreted. So just as one example, for Tracy's point, the information she sent in the slide deck cited the CDC flu view, but in fact, the predominant condition is COVID. The data she was referencing is combined mortality, listing COVID and pneumonia. COVID and pneumonia would be co-listed and would count in each heading. So if you break that out, COVID is actually the predominant cause of death in there. So that's, I think, an illustrative example. I think the other thing that is common in the materials that were submitted was that they don't reflect either the Delta variant or the experiences of the last school year or the different cycles of reopening at different points nationally. So the Surgeon General guidance that was submitted was from February of 2020, when we didn't have masks and there were other public health considerations. There were other articles that were cited that were misrepresented, including articles from my own institution, where they cited a sentence out of the first paragraph but ignored the entire point of the article. So again, I think there are lots of citations. I think in terms of the kind of facts that Carolyn asked about, I think what we're really trying to think about here is how do we make schools safe and successful? And it's both. I would say I'm concerned about anybody who's cavalier about a highly virulent infection with a 2% fatality rate, because that is a big deal. But I would also say, I think our principal reason for being concerned about this isn't that we expect that there's a high probability that our children will die from infections we expose them to in school, but rather to say that as a large unvaccinated population with a highly virulent variant, that is certainly an area of risk, and that risk is likely different than what we looked at last year. So I think for us, our challenge tonight is to really think, how can we safely get as much normal for our kids in schools and sports and extracurriculars and other things? And what do those trade-offs look like? And I think that's kind of the principal question. I think that I think Visha's point that we need to continue to reevaluate that, I think would be widely endorsed by members of both boards as well as our community at large. But I think ultimately we need to figure out what does V1 of the current school year look like? How do we do our best to set that up to be safe and successful? How do we incorporate the information about Delta? In terms of what we know about Delta, we know that it's about twice as transmissible as the previous variants that were dominant when we were managing last school year. In terms of transmission in children, we know that they're continue to be represented and well represented in the data. Some of that's skewed because they're the ones who haven't been vaccinated, and we know that Delta is particularly impactful in those communities. In terms of other strategies and mitigation measures that remain in place, testing, managing ventilation, managing other risks, keeping our kids home if they're sick remain important, but are probably appropriate to talk about in other venues. So I first want to sort of invite other comments from members of the Dover Sherborn board. Again, for community comment, we're not taking more community comment at this time. So you're totally welcome to keep your hands up or take them down, but either way, we're going to continue with deliberation of the board.
Thanks, Matt. I think that was a really good summary. Also, thanks to everyone for the community comment and those that sent in a lot of materials. I'll sort of second Matt's comments on, I think we had a number of sources sent in from several people. And I appreciate that they did that. And I spent quite a bit of time going through it, and would second the comment that I think a lot of the evidence cited in opposition to masks, I felt was again, conclusions were drawn from data that was not sort of the data didn't support, or it was older studies, or it wasn't related to COVID. And so I think for me, at least, it was very informative to review that. But I don't think ultimately any of it supported the idea that masks are detrimental, or that they're not helpful. I think as we move into the school year, as Matt said, a big goal is to get back to normal. And I think a lot of things are moving in that way. We're hoping that classrooms are going to look more like they usually would in the past. And so with that, we're sort of, I think, stepping back a lot of the layers that we put in place last year. And I think a lot of them could be safely stepped back. But I think when it comes to masks, I think the big thing for me is just that a large population of our community is not eligible for vaccine yet. And given that, and given the transmissibility, particularly of the newer Delta variant, that I think we can't yet peel away masks. And I think that it's important for our school community because it is one of the largest congregate settings we have in our two communities. that we put in place whatever protections we can, but that we continually reevaluate. And I think as vaccines become available to the younger students, I think we need to revisit this, just like we did last year with everything. And we just keep revisiting as we get more information.
And in the interest of time, I'll just say that Matt and Matt have covered every point I considered making. So I am in agreement with their statements.
Stephen K., what are your thoughts? KSU.
Yeah, I would just like to make the point to clarify something that was said earlier in the meeting in one of the comments, and that is that the Delta variant, well, let me back up and say that vaccination substantially reduces the risk that someone will become infected with the Delta variant. But if they do become infected with it, they're as likely to be contagious as someone who is unvaccinated. And that's a very important reason for masking. Even vaccinated people. I also want to emphasize that what we see happening in the South, where schools are already opened, is that the schools that are not requiring masks are finding, some of them anyway, are finding that they have so many cases that they are closing classrooms, closing schools, and going remote for periods of days or weeks, depending on the situation. What we don't have data about are how frequently that's happening, but I think that will become clear with time. I'm very much in support of a mask mandate universally in the schools.
Steve, anything else from you?
No, what's been said, I fully agree with both Matt's and Kay. And I am fully in support of a mask mandate.
Okay. Matt, I had emailed you some draft language. I'm hoping we can kind of share a screen and then edit together. One other comment I would make that I think is important is when we talk about masking, we're talking about having two potential benefits. One is source control to reduce the risk that a child who's infected is able to transmit it to others. And part of it is to provide some protection for the individual who's masked. I think this is part of why the idea of an individual parent being able to determine whether or not it's okay for their kid to expose a classmate on the source control side becomes much more problematic and not about individual choice. I think the other part that's really important is that there are a number of quarantine and close contact guidelines that explicitly depend on being masked. So our single best strategy to minimize the number of children who, if a case is in the classroom, both become infected with COVID, which is our most important goal, but also who have disruption in their classroom learning because they're needing to be treated as close contacts, is also mitigated. I think that's less true for early elementary, where kids will tend to intermingle more, and the benefit of that is smaller, but especially for late elementary, middle school, and high school, there's substantial differences there. So what Matt has up is draft language I provided. This is very much draft language and sort of reflects my own thinking, but would invite the board to take a look at it to see if this lines up with what we think is prudent and the guidance that we should provide to the district. So just walking through it, what we see is at the local, state, and regional level, there's an ongoing rise of cases in COVID that appears to be driven in part by transmissibility of the currently predominant Delta variant in conjunction with variable patterns of vaccine access and uptake. COVID infection in children is often self-limited, but may rarely be associated with severe disease. And I think any parent who's had their kid admitted to the hospital will say, I'm really glad he didn't die, but it wasn't nothing. COVID infection can be associated with severe disease or long-term complications. These infections may also be a source of secondary transmission at both the household and community level. Classroom transmission, which is more likely in the absence of masking, may reasonably be expected to substantially disrupt classroom function. Currently, vaccine access remains unavailable to a large segment of our current school community. As a result of these factors, we would recommend we would require universal masking with either a cloth or surgical mask indoors on school property, regardless of individual vaccination status. We would continue to have in place the process through the local school health leader in terms of accommodations for children with either medical or developmental constraints as were in place last year. Masking on school buses is required regardless of vaccination status. While I support this, this derives from the state and federal regulations. Masks are not required during lunch, snacks, or most outdoor activities. We recommend masking outdoors in crowded settings. we anticipate that sports and extracurricular activities can proceed in a fashion consistent with DESI, DPH, MIA guidance once those guidelines have been published. For the current fall sports in Sherborn, just in terms by way of background, we would then expect most of those to be unmasked unless we get different guidance from MIAA, which has not yet released its guidance. These recommendations will be regularly reassessed based on factors including but not limited to vaccination access for children under age 12, observations regarding patterns of transmission and spread within the Commonwealth, as well as expert guidance from the CDC, DPH, DESI, AAP, et cetera. And so while I recognize that there are a variety of views that were shared by members of the audience, I think fundamentally we all share a goal of having our kids be safe in school and as kind of normal and healthy as we can make it. My hope is that this captures that, but want to get feedback from the board, particularly for the bulleted points. Any edits, modifications, additions, or removals?
I think this looks good. I think if I can just myself summarize sort of the key points, which are that we would require universal masking by everyone indoors at school. Masks will not be required outdoors. Obviously, masks can come off to eat. Sports guidance will be from sports, but we anticipate there won't be masking. That there will be opportunities for individuals to evaluate not having a mask if necessary, if dictated by medical needs. And then finally, we'll look back over. Does that sort of summarize everything pretty well? So required masks inside, not outside, with a pathway for medical or developmental exceptions.
I also think that you've codified something that we've been doing all along, which is recognizing that new information is coming out all the time. And we have talked about COVID-19 at every one of our meetings, all of our special meetings, all meetings with select board, that kind of thing. And so you capture that in the last bullet point, that we will continue to do that.
I'd like to clarify one minor thing about sports, and that is that during the fall, there will not be any indoor sports at DS. If there were indoor sports, we would very likely be mandating masking during those.
So it sounds like people are generally comfortable with the verbiage. Do we want to vote on this as the guidance and requirements will provide to the district?
Okay, so do we have a motion for the Sherborn Board of Health to adopt this language?
So moved. Seconded.
And then roll call vote. Daryl, aye.
Matt Beavers, aye.
Matt Vitale, aye.
Okay, so Dover, if you'd like to vote.
There is a motion then for the Dover Board to accept this proposed guidelines, subject, of course, to changes as they may be necessary over time due to changes in the nature of the disease and its spread.
Second.
I'll do a roll call. Gerald Clark, yay.
Stephen Kresko, yes.
Kay Peterson, yes.
Perfect. So I would thank the 126 attendees who I think are probably largely here for this and not for the Sherborn denied beaver trapping permit. And appreciate you making time tonight. This is not the only time this will be discussed. So this will be discussed at joint school committee in terms of other pieces. There are multiple other avenues that will come out from the district in terms of the lots of appropriate, thoughtful questions that continue to come up. And again, I think that my biggest take home from all of COVID is the importance of humility and being ready to think flexibly. So appreciate everybody here and the time they took from their night to help do their best to make the community what they hope it can be.
Going forward, Matthew, on the other items, I wish you well on both the beaver. That has always been a problematic area in our meetings, particularly since we all love beavers, and I wish you well in dealing with Dunkin' Donuts. It only took us 2 years.
Fair enough. Dover, do you want to close out your meeting?
Motion to adjourn for Dover.
Second.
Passes unanimously. Good night, everybody.
Good night, guys. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you.
Okay, noting that it's 7:30, we have a variance hearing for a septic replacement at 72 Goulding Street. And the engineer is here. I have word that all of the green cards have been received, so we can proceed. And Dan, are you here? I haven't had a chance to.
Yes, I am. Thank you.
Excellent. Okay, so you can discuss the reasons for the variance requested.
Yes, this is a septic replacement for a home that was built in the 1950s. It's a 3-bedroom house. It's remaining a 3-bedroom house. There's a number of constraints on this lot that limit where we can put the septic system. The largest one is the well locations. The well is centrally located in the lot and takes up the 100-foot well radius, takes up quite a bit of the lot area. But we did find a small space where we could meet a 100-foot offset to the well, as well as a 100-foot offset to the abutter's well. There's also some wetlands and floodplain toward the rear of the lot. And we did look at testing where the existing system is right in front of the house with a thought to relocate the well. But when we dug over there, it was completely saturated. Even though it's only a couple of feet lower than where we tested, the groundwater was extremely high right there. So we think that this location is really the best location for the septic system, in that we can maintain, a groundwater offset, a decent groundwater offset, and the Title V requirements for well offsets to the 2 wells. We do need a number of variances to the Sherborn regulations and a couple of local upgrade waivers to make this work. We are proposing an alternative system, the Elgin system, which is approved by the state for a groundwater reduction of 2 feet because of its improved effluent coming out of these systems. So with that, I can go over the specific variances.
Or we could, first, let's see if anyone has questions on the board, and then the agent might comment. And I don't know if we have any abutters to the property here this evening. But if we don't ask the questions you want asked, and you'd like to do that after we go through it, that'd be great. Okay. Again, the classic constrained site, especially in terms of setbacks and soil conditions, groundwater levels, protecting wells. So it looks reasonable for me. Mark, do you have any particular comments about just the overall conditions
Sure, Darrell, if I can give a little bit of an update. Dan gave a great overview of the property itself, and it's unique in its own way because somehow, some way, the well got built into the house. So the question would come to mind, if the well on the property was ever moved out of the house into another area, it may allow for better distances, but it's obviously not the request of the applicant at this point. But I did want to point that out.
That is a unique feature.
Yeah, it appears that the well was outside the house at one point, and then they put an addition on and built it over the well.
Oh, okay.
And the homeowner did have the well recently tested, and it came back with very good water quality.
And it's well protected from rain.
It is.
And I just want to make sure you're not taking it personally, the fact that you cleared the house and you lost like 100 attendees. I mean, that's got to be the biggest. We want to make sure you don't take it personally, because this seems like a tough lot already. Darrell, for me, no additional questions or concerns for me.
And nothing for me. It looks like a tough site, and I think it's a reasonable solution.
Mhm. Okay, and are there any abutters who would like to ask any questions or raise any issues now? Okay, then maybe we can move on to the variance letter and go through those one by one.
Do you want Daryl, or do you want Matt to share the screenshot?
Oh, yeah, that'd be great. Yep.
I'm working on it. I'm not as fast as Daryl.
Okay. I've had a bunch of practice though. You could become as good if you'd like to continue practicing. You let me know.
Yeah, I'm good.
Right.
Thanks.
Okay. And again, if anyone thinks of anything else you want to ask as we go through, there's more opportunity. But do we have a motion to grant a variance to section 7.0A?
So moved.
Seconded.
Let's see. Yes, we've discussed those points well off. That's great. Okay, so Daryl, I.
Matt Beavers, aye.
Matt Vitale, aye.
All right. And do we have a motion to grant a variance to section 8.01?
So moved.
So moved.
Seconded.
Okay, and as noted, there's an groundwater offset reduction permissible under the IA technology program that Mass DEP has. So Daryl, I.
Matt Beavers, aye.
Matt Vitale, aye.
Do we have a motion to grant a variance to 8.02?
So moved. Second.
And this is out of Dan's control and anybody else's. So Daryl, I.
Matt Beavers, aye.
Matt Vitale, aye.
Do we have a motion to grant a variance to 10.1A?
So moved.
Seconded.
And I'll note that the tight spacing, the advantage of a few extra feet was given to the neighbors well, which we always prefer to see. Okay, Daryl, I.
Matt Beavers, aye.
Matt Vitale, aye.
And we have a motion to grant a variance to 10.2.
So moved.
Second.
Daryl, I.
Matt Beavers, aye.
Matt Vitale, aye.
And for the local upgrade waiver, do we have a motion to grant a variance to 15.4051H?
So moved.
Seconded.
And this was addressed earlier, concept at least. Daryl, I.
Matt Beavers, aye.
Matt Vitale, aye.
Okay, so we can close the hearing, and are the plans ready for approval, Mark?
Mark, if you're talking, you're muted.
Yes, I apologize. When I went to hit it through the screen to another area, I apologize. The plans are ready for approval. Note, the well testing was noted, and what we did receive met everything but sodium. So, and that was received on August 17th. So we have a public well report on file for anyone that would like to see it. But it was a good report. The only thing, it did exceed the sodium level for anyone that is sensitive to sodium. Outside of that, I'd recommend approval of the plan conditional to a deed recording for the garbage disposal and the IA technology, which is the Elgin drains.
Okay, so do we have a motion to approve the plan with those two deed recordings being received?
Was there a garbage grinder? I'm sorry, I may have missed that. I had a spotting connection.
Yeah, Mark said that. There's a
Yes,
Perfect.
garbage disposal and the IA technology. Yes, that's
Perfect.
correct. Yeah.
Second.
Okay, Daryl, I.
Matt Beavers, aye.
Matt Vitale, aye.
Okay, so we have 7 minutes. What?
I suspect that just in terms of stuff that has public interest, given the number of folks on the phone, I don't know if we want to briefly talk about pond water quality issues.
Yes, I'll let Mark address that.
Okay, thank you, Daryl. I received notice yesterday that we exceeded but Farm Pond was tested on its weekly basis, and the E. coli, which we test for, exceeded the amount of E. coli allowed. So today, And also I did a geometric mean as required by the state for the last 5 results. And they have standards both for the geometric mean and for the routine testing. The geometric mean, and they also went out and tested it today, just so I don't forget to mention that. And so when I calculated the geometric mean today with the new test, which was over both the required daily number or the routine testing as well as the geometric mean, our office, and she was pick up swimming based on the results of the bacterial reports we received. Also, when I did my evaluation today at the beach.
Mark, sorry, I lost you in the like juicy part of the middle. So are we closed right now?
What's that again?
You had a bad connection in the middle.
Can everyone hear me?
I can hear you now, but it was, I was checking if it was my connection.
No, I'm working remote, so if that happens, please just jump right in. So the geometric mean was exceeded with today's test result that was taken yesterday, and the test result from the higher one was taken Monday. I was going.
Uh-oh, it's happening again.
Yeah, we're getting every other word, Mark.
Mark, can we have you call in from a landline?
So when
Uh-oh.
I'm calling from
Oh, we're hearing it's interesting, but
unless you're fighting a robot, you don't sound right.
Yeah, I think we've lost you completely, Mark.
All right, I do know that he contacted the Farm Pond Reservation Committee. Signs were going to be posted. I haven't heard yet, and maybe when he reconnects, we will, on whether those signs are up.
Am I reconnected?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, so the physical facility itself, there were lots of feathers near the shoreline, which in speaking with the gate guard, they are having trouble, and some of the people that were down there have indicated that Canadian geese are starting to drop by again. So I think that's what's causing this issue. But at this point, it has to remain closed due to the geometric mean. I was planning to report it to the Department of Public Health tomorrow, and we'll just have to keep it posted until further notice and see if the geometric mean comes down.
And Mark, what's the earliest it could reopen?
If they want to keep testing it, there's a possibility now to basically, if they get a low test, because they didn't today. Unfortunately, the test was over the limit for the routine weekly test, as well as over the geometric mean. But if they get some low tests coming in, that geometric mean may go down below the value that it may get below 120.
All right, so Mark, you're breaking up again. So I will mention, Mark is saying
going to go to
it has to be below 129 count, which it for the geometric mean. And it says
126 if you can hear me. 126 if you can hear me. And I'm going to connect on my phone as well. I'm sorry about this.
No worries. Thanks so much, Mark. We'll blame the internet. Perfect. So in terms of that, it sounds like, Daryl, I just want to make sure I'm understanding correctly. It's sort of, at this point, everything we're doing is incorporating state requirements for a public swimming area, and it will be driven by test results.
yes.
Perfect.
Absolutely, and you take the last 5 test results. So we had quite low numbers earlier. I think the range of the test results went from something like 5 up to just over 1,000. So it's quite a jump over time.
Okay.
And it stayed reasonably low until very recently. And this is the time of year when the geese come back to the pond.
Fair enough. So it looks like we're at 7:50 with the 17 Wood Road variance hearing.
Yeah, so, and this is for a septic replacement, and we have received all the green cards. And so Dan, if you'd like to take it away again.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, good. Yeah, this is 17 Wood Road. The house is for sale and it failed a Title V inspection report. So we were retained to design a new one. The constraints are not as bad as the previous one we discussed. So we are proposing a conventional stone and pipe system here. We are asking for a couple of waivers just to help it fit into the lot better and because of some plumbing issues that can't be corrected in the house. So we have the tank is deeper than we generally like it. But the soils were good. It perked well. The front yard is where the existing system is now. We're going to be putting it back in essentially the same place, although the existing system is our leach pits. We're proposing leach trenches. The plumbing comes out of the house very deep, and there was no way to raise it up because it's underneath the slab. So that ends up putting the tank and the pump tank relatively deep, greater than 3 feet deep. So we're asking for a waiver on that. And we're also asking for a waiver on the 5-foot groundwater offset that Sherborn requires. And we're going to go with the Title V 4-foot groundwater offset just to keep the yard, grading within the property line and keep the mounding to a minimum. We meet all the well offsets for the lot and all the abutters wells. So it's really just the groundwater constraint and the cover over the tanks that we're asking for some relief on.
So I'm curious, since the cover over the tanks doesn't really come up much, is the reason for that strictly ease of access for cleaning out the tanks, or getting closer to groundwater, or some other reason?
I think those are the two big ones. It's ease of access. We don't want to have those risers too deep down. So to make maintenance of the tanks a little bit easier. Also, if you bury the tanks too deep, they're really not designed for that much earth cover. So as part of the requirements for asking for this waiver, we have to specify a heavy-duty tank. And then generally, we're into the groundwater table when we bury tanks too deep, and we try to avoid that as well.
Mm-hmm.
That would be my response too.
Okay. And in this case, the groundwater isn't an issue, and the weight of the soil above is addressed by the more resilient tank, I guess.
Right. The groundwater does get up to the piping connections of the tank.
Oh, it does. Okay.
So we are asking for that waiver, but we're specifying watertight connections at all the pipe connections of the tank.
Okay. I think that's the only questions I have. Matt or any abutters?
I think you addressed everything for me.
Nothing new for me.
Any abutters or anybody else who has a question they'd like to ask? And Mark, any particular observations that haven't been captured yet?
No, I think Dan reviewed it to the point where it's at, and I'm working on my phone right now. I believe my connection's okay. I may switch back and have my phone as a standby, but I think everything's been explained as it relates to this property.
You sound like $1 million, Mark.
Yes, sounds good. All right, so we'll go to the variances. All right. So do we have a motion to grant a variance to 8.01?
So moved.
Seconded.
Daryl, I.
Matt Beavers, aye.
Oh, Matt Vitale, aye.
And do we have a motion to grant a variance to 8.02?
So moved.
Seconded.
Daryl, I.
Matt Beavers, aye.
Matt Vitale, aye.
And for the local upgrade waivers, do we have a motion to grant a variance to 15.4051B?
So moved.
Seconded.
Daryl, I.
Matt Beavers, aye.
Matt Vitale, aye.
And do we have a motion to grant a variance to 15.4051J?
So moved.
Seconded.
And I'll note that there, the special rubber boots have been specified in the design. So Daryl, I.
Matt Beavers, aye.
Matt Vitale, aye.
Okay, so we'll close the hearing and Mark, are the plans
Yes.
ready for?
The plans are ready for approval, conditional to a deed recording on the garbage disposal.
All right, so do we have a motion to approve the plans subject to receipt of that deed recording?
So moved.
Seconded.
Daryl, I.
Matt Beavers, aye.
Matt Vitale, aye.
Okay, great. Well, thank
Thank
you.
you very much.
You have a good evening.
You too. Thank you.
Have a good night, Dan.
Okay.
I think I saw Mr. Berkowitz here. Is he still on or did he jump off?
I saw him a moment ago and then something
perfect.
flashed.
Yep, he's still here.
Perfect. So why don't we go and do 13 Corsebrook? Just, I don't see anybody else here for a specific book of business.
Okay, and if the
Okay.
board so wishes, I can present.
Yes, that would be great.
Okay, so we
Do
do
you want me to
have
pull
a
up the plan, Mark?
what's that again?
Do you want me to pull up the plan?
Yeah, if you could, that would be easier to look at it that way. And just so the board knows, the revisions are shown on the plan, and we'll have it up in a minute, I guess. And I'm looking at both my computer and talking on my phone, so hopefully you still have my connection. Okay, and as you can see on the plan where the soil absorption system is, to the right of it are the notes about the fence. The fence is going to be in, I've talked to a person who handles horses, and the standard fence is very close to what's being presented here, which is when you use an electric fence, you use post, and you'll see around the system, there's a line and a little circle, line, little circle. That's where the fence is going. And it's going to be an electric fence with post. And that is a common procedure for keeping animals in or out. So that's the first item the board wanted to be sure of, that the animals, the horses, whatever animals couldn't get over the soil absorption system. And secondly, just so there would be no guessing on the distance to the lot line, because there was questions on it. The engineer has designed it to be 25 feet as the board requested off the property line. You can see that to the left of the soil absorption system at its closest point. With that said, I would recommend approval of the plan as presented.
Mark, I just want to double check, and the eye doctor said I don't need bifocals, but my current experience, is it 20 feet on the plan or 25?
It is 25, and I'm glad you made that point, because I'm sorry, I didn't mean to say interrupt, but it brought to my thought process, has the board approved this with the condition that it have those two items? Because it did have an approval it needed a deed recording and IA technology, and I was in the office today and forgot to look if it was already approved, conditional to these two items. I think it may have been, because I think the board gave me the opportunity, if these items were on there, to approve it if it was a distance from one of our meetings.
That's a good question. Unfortunately, we don't have Ellen to provide that answer.
I know. I would recommend that if it hasn't been approved, I recommend it be approved with the deed recording for the garbage disposal and IA technology as presented on this revised plan. If it has been approved, I'm recommending to the board that the 2 items that were requested have now been placed on the plan.
Mr. Berkowitz, do you recall?
I believe it was approved with administrative pending tonight's presentation of the fence line and the 25 feet being identified on the plan, as I recall.
Perfect.
I'm wondering though, if we have, even if we re-specified the deed recordings, but they're already in, then that would be sort of a moot point. It would, those 2 hurdles
Just in
would have been
case.
passed, right?
Yeah, I think we approved it, but I think there's no harm in approving it again.
Yeah.
So that there's no more hiccups.
Yeah, and I'm not for sure if the deed recordings have been completed. They may have, and Nathan may know that as well.
And we'll know that very soon. But we can't know it tonight, probably.
Yep, I can check tomorrow morning.
Searching of the registry of deeds online, which I'm not going to do during the meeting.
Yeah,
So
no, and Jane can pull the plan tomorrow to let me know if the deed recordings were complete. If they have been
I
completed.
don't believe any of that's been recorded yet.
Okay, then that's okay.
So then,
Thank you for that help.
all right. So then, okay. So now the other 2 requirements are met. So we're back to approval of the plan subject to the 2 deed recordings. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Yes.
So do we have a motion to approve the plan subject to receipt of the 2 specified deed recordings?
So moves.
Second.
And Mark, I just wanted to ask you one question. So it doesn't look like this is a mounded system. If I recall, this was sort of in line with the terrain. So we don't have to worry about how close the fence is to the system in terms of eroding any sloped sides that.
That's correct. In fact, the fence will be on the inside of the 40 milliliter PVC liners. So the post will be, the area will also be protected by that barrier on the downhill slope side. And it is it's raised a little bit, but not much. In the back lot side of it, there is a little raising of it on the SAS, but there's a barrier after that as well.
Okay. All right. So then Daryl, I.
Matt Beavers, aye.
Matt Vitale, aye.
Okay, great.
Perfect. Mr. Berkowitz, anything else you need from us tonight?
I just wanted, from Veronica and I and our family, just want to thank you guys because we want to get on with this project. So thank you so much for this and everything else you do in town.
Sounds great. Have a good night now.
You're very welcome. Okay.
And do we have anybody else here who's here for a specific agenda item? Just, we're going to be here for all of them, but if anybody's here for a specific one, we're happy to address that early.
I'm here for the beaver permit.
Perfect. I have never seen a denied beaver permit, so I'm so excited to learn about something new today.
And Mark, I don't know if there's anyone here who had applied for the permit who wanted to speak. And Mark, I know that you reviewed the situation and you reached out to the people who did submit it. So if you want to give an overview on that, that would be great. And ordinarily, I would recuse myself from this discussion because I am in a abutter to the, diagonally across the street from where this was taking place. However, the rule of necessity says that I need to participate because otherwise we won't have a quorum if there is any kind of decision that might need to be made on this.
Yes, and you can see in my not the best penmanship, but the reason I could not approve for any work to be done at this time was based on the fact that the water was flowing through the culvert that goes under the road. It's a very large culvert. I'd say it's 4 to 6 feet in diameter. And it was flowing at a very good rate and only probably at the very bottom. So I'd say 15 to 25% of the actual culvert was the pipe was being utilized. So, and the water was flowing at a great rate. Not to say that this could be a project, maybe if there are beaver issues in the area, to consider trapping beavers during the season. There is a season where you can trap beavers without getting permission
through the Board of Health based on an emergency. We can only issue permits based on emergencies. So unfortunately, that's why I had to deny it. I didn't see any road flooding. The culvert was functioning. The water level was well below the road base. So not to say if they want to trap beavers during the allowed season that they couldn't be able to. They could do that without permits. But at this point, I did not see an emergency. And I will be available at any time if for some reason it changes.
Okay, and you did relay the information to
Yes, I did relay
was
this
involved.
information to the DPW director, who was the one requesting this.
Okay. And I recall that years ago, there was Beaver Dam at the same, roughly the same spot. And I believe they were trapped at that time. So I guess I'd also, if there are issues that come up again, maybe we could talk about putting in one of the beaver deceiver sort of devices might save the town some money. Since it sounds like it's something that the town ends up taking care of.
That would be
It's
an excellent
the brook
idea.
as opposed to a private individual. So might save some money in the long run and allow those beavers to do their beavery thing.
Yeah, I would suggest that highly, Daryl, that we do hire an expert from Beaver Solutions, and I've worked with him in the past, and he does recommend those water lowering control devices, because no matter what, if you have a good source of food and all you need really is good timber as well as the water, beavers will come back even if they're removed. So the best bet is to use the water lowering control devices and have a maintenance agreement where they come out and check it at least once a year.
So, and if anybody, I don't know if folks have seen it, and there's actually a wonderful PBS special about beaver management at some, I believe, nature preserve of some sort up in Canada, and how much effort they went to and how difficult it was to keep removing the dams and how fast the beavers could rebuild them. And then they put in one of these flow leveling devices, and it essentially allows the beavers to build their dam, but the water doesn't build up too high because you're penetrating the dam and allowing the water to flow through, but being discharged far enough away from the dam that the sound of the running water doesn't bother them, because that's what compels them to build their dams. So they've built their dam, they can live in their lodge, but the water doesn't get high. And you can set where you want the water level to be. So that's how those work. And they're
It
not.
seems like this would be a great opportunity for that. I wonder what it would take to make that happen.
Yeah, I mean, I have experience setting one of these up for a client, and it worked really well. It was smooth and easy to do. It was a lot easier than dealing with removing dams and trapping beavers, and far less expensive. I mean, the cost was less expensive than one trapping. And there's a tiny bit of maintenance that needs to be done on them. So anyway, and they're gaining some ground and lots more installations around, so more experience with nuances of their workings. But okay. So any other questions about that? Okay, on to another. There's one other topic here on the agenda that I think we should skip because we only have 3 of us here today, and that would be the reorganization of the board. Seems like perhaps next meeting when we have everyone back again might be appropriate. Is that all right with folks, or would we like?
I think it makes sense to put on the September 1st meeting.
Yeah. Okay, so we'll do that. Oh, is anyone here for 6 Ash Lane, Mark?
I don't believe so, Daryl. What happened, 6 Ash Lane, the new owners wanted to get a copy of, they've owned it for a year, so a copy of their Title V report. And we found a Title V report that indicated a design flow on a what we sometimes call non-conventional system. So I called the Title V inspector. He has since corrected it. He said it was a mistake on their part. He said, we send out our field people and they sometimes do 3 jobs a day. And that field person, when they went to put the report together, and incorrectly put data from another property onto this property. So the next step now obviously is to let the homeowner know, a new file exists. And then whatever happens between the new owner and the Title V inspection company is a civil matter.
Okay, so is there nothing further that we need to do?
No, I have to say the Title V inspection company was very professional about solving it. They didn't in any way try to say it wasn't their fault or anything like that. They admitted that it was improperly filed and corrected it. And yesterday they submitted the new report showing there's no design flow for that septic system, and indicated too that it's not a conventional system. But they didn't put the address on it. So I called them today and they have since sent it in. And I believe, I haven't looked at the email, but I believe it has the address on it now. But it's just a report to the board that we had something that doesn't happen too often.
Okay, thank you. As long as you're at it, would you like to address 124 Bogastow Brook? The status update, and perhaps Matt, I don't know.
Sure. And I did update Matt as well that at this point in this time of year, the client feels the agricultural needs for a second well are not as, I guess, is not the word important, but not at this point needed until maybe next year. So he has rescinded his request at this point and may come back next year to discuss that possibility.
And Daryl, if we can just take a second, because this was the first case that we had with kind of the new regulation where the applicant sort of proceeded to sort of submit it. So I just wanted to briefly comment on what I communicated to make sure it sort of sounds right to the rest of the board, although I think we should have this as an agenda item on the September 1st meeting as well. I sort of went through the bylaw and, kind of made some general advice in terms of the positioning of the well and if their future intent is to potentially have it be a primary water source for the house, which they'd alluded to in the meeting, to make sure that that satisfied the kind of residential use and not just the irrigation well setbacks. The other thing that I talked to him about was that the bylaw requires a sort of demonstration that a neighboring or abutting well would not be adversely impacted by the approval of a second well on a property. And so didn't specify a specific strategy, but I think said, in general, we would need to know what's the flow that's expected, what's the sort of pattern of use that's expected. I don't think we can say that just satisfying the setbacks in and of itself demonstrates that no adverse effect would be had, since if it would, there'd be no reason to have that language in the regulation since the setbacks already exist. And then I think that's part of the question we need to answer when we're considering any of these secondary wells is, how much water do we expect them to be pulling for the pattern of use that's proposed? I did talk to him a little bit about the strategies that have been used. The project I remembered on was I think the 54 North Main 40B with the drawdown testing and the sort of I think it was a laser sensor that could be used for drawdown testing. I told him I didn't have a good sense of what the cost of that was. I think that would certainly be another alternative to prognosticating the volume, but that I just didn't know if it was kind of a scale that would be readily absorbable in the context of a, $10,000 to $20,000 well drilling as opposed to a multi-million-dollar residential project. But at the very least, that I thought we'd want to be able to specify expected flow as part of what the applicant would include in initial materials. Does that sound generally right? As I suspect we'll continue to have these questions come up. Is there, I was sort of trying to put together an initial flow sheet of this is how we can sort of think about it. And I'm happy to try to get something like that a little bit more together to share with the board next time. But does that sound
Yeah.
on the right track?
Yes, it definitely does. And I agree that since we're at the beginning of this relatively new regulation, providing some kind of guidance as we've developed over the years in the past, not we, but the Board of Health has developed for other things that just help set expectations. And also, undeniably, there's going to be some learning along the way for all of us as to how to do this. Regulation or regulatory development is not simple. I mean, to compare it to what happens at the state level, for example, large groups are convened and it takes years sometimes to develop something, and we're trying to be more efficient with the scant workforce on that. And just to note, the monitoring devices you referred to for the monitoring the neighboring wells in terms of impacts on groundwater, I believe at the time, and this may have changed, and I also got this pricing from a hydrogeologist that the town has hired for peer review of a number of projects in town. And so he had quoted, it's about $100 a week for the monitors, for one monitor. But that's not the latest cost. That's a cost number from, I think, about 3 or so years ago.
But sort of has the right number of zeros, at least we suspect.
Yes, I hope so. Or maybe at least one too many zero rather than too few.
So I'm happy to try to pull together just a little bit of a flow sheet for us to validate at the next meeting based on this recent experience, just so we can make sure that kind of we've given Mark some tools in terms of clear guidance from the board that he can share with applicants to say, you know, this is what the scoop is. Because I think that, I know for the engineer for this project or the well driller, they just kind of said it satisfies setbacks, thus it's, you know, totally fine. And I don't think that meets a requirement.
Okay, and then another matter, I don't know if you want to discuss the application fee. Is that still an issue?
I don't know. I think we can follow it up after Ellen's back. I don't know that that we sort of talked to the applicant about it.
Okay.
And I also don't know, like, Mark, if he ends up deciding that they want to resubmit next year. Anyway, let's just talk about when Ellen's back at the next meeting, because I don't know that we have the applicant's opinion on it.
All right. Okay, let's see. So reorganization board is off. Mosquito spraying. I wanted to bring this up more to say that I think we should talk about this further from the perspective of planning for next year, which might have to do with certain opportunities to opt out of aerial spraying, that it has to be an opt-out as opposed to an opt-in. And I'm not sure if it's unconditionally granted or not, and the request has to come from the select board of a town, is the way it's currently specified. So that would be, I think, a longer term discussion that we should spend more time on. I'll just mention that there was a discussion at the select board last Thursday about no spray signs that went up on conservation land, and that the stewards of that conservation land and those with responsibility for it, it's the Conservation Commission. And so they made that decision to opt out for a whole host of reasons that they've discussed apparently at many meetings over the years, because it is a recurring issue for them to examine. And then there were questions just about the placement of the sign. So I just wanted to relay that to the board, and you can ask me questions about it, or we can talk about it in more detail at another meeting in the future, but no action required from us on this at the moment.
I would love to revisit this either. I mean, I don't know how juicy the September 1st agenda is, but on one of the September agendas to just kind of go through it. And then, sorry, Melinda, I didn't see your hand up.
Okay.
Okay, I just popped it up. Thank you for a quick recognition. How do we know when they're going to spray? I mean, I remember last summer, like all of a sudden I heard the noise and I'm frantically closing my windows and, you know, trying to get the cat in and all the rest of it. Is there some way we can at least know?
So I was checking the website, and Sherborn is slated for Thursdays at the moment. And then they're supposed to also post whether they're actually going to spray. And I have to say, I did not have enough time to dig down to find that, or there just haven't been any. I just couldn't tell. So I haven't finished digging through that, and I could send you a link if you're interested in also looking, because I would like to know as well. And
Yeah.
that would be, that's for any, well, yeah, any kind of spraying. And they base it on what kind of results they get from mosquito and other animal testing. And it's called the arbovirus report. Is that the correct term? Or is there another R in there? But
No, that is correct.
No, you got it.
Yeah.
All right.
I think, Daryl, I don't know if, you know, this is a baby of the Board of Health or not, but while we're batting this stuff around, I mean, does the state at least let towns know other than keep checking their website? I mean, I would think they would have some way to communicate so that cities and towns could then communicate to the residents, like reverse 911 or something.
Unfortunately, Ellen would be the absolute best person to answer that, and she is on vacation, so a much deserved vacation, I might add. So
yeah, I would second the much deserved vacation. I think we get the notification of the cases, but I don't think the spraying. But I mean, like the positive hits, but I don't know if that's because Ellen's manually gathering it or because it gets pushed to her as a Sherborn point person.
Yeah, the sense I have is that we're getting case report data, but which seems to be compiled centrally. But I agree. I've only ever seen the spraying on the website, but we can certainly talk to Ellen and circle back with you if we learn anything.
right. And what I do know is for the ground spraying right now, it is, unless there is compelling information from those test results and the surveillance that they do for Tripoli, West Nile, and other diseases, is that it's by request of homeowners, and then they will go out and they are supposed to only spray the homeowner's land. So the purpose of the signs is just to make sure that, I mean, I don't know how accurate any of the GPS systems or maps or whatever else they're using. So I think that's what then the posting of the signs is, to make sure there's not overflow. And then
Daryl,
it could also be if they're doing just a broad spraying, again, because of some results. And so there are a few fine points. Ellen probably knows them, and it would be nice to find out. And so people know if there's going to be any kind of spraying, do you want to put up a sign or not? If it's neighbor driven or wide area driven.
And Daryl, if I can add, I worked with Central Mass Mosquito Control Program for about 38 years. They will, for the other town I used to work in, and they will come out and actually do a presentation at a Board of Health meeting if you so wish, or they could do it virtually as well. But in most cases, ground spraying can be requested. You can opt out of ground spraying for the routine. Where it gets complicated is aerial or ground spraying that's required by the state, because we're at a different point in almost an emergency situation. But I still believe you can opt out even if that's the case, if it's not aerial. If it's ground spraying, they do use GPS units on their sprayers. So when they go by a home, they'll see the sign, but they also have it GPS coordinated so the sprayer shuts off. But Timothy Deschamps is the director of that program, and he's come out to discuss the program at least twice for the other town I worked for recently too. So I think it's important maybe that be considered so residents can be educated on the program and how it works. And I know, like I said, some parts of it, but he's the best to have discuss it.
Okay, and I'll just note, my husband contacted them to ask for some of the details on how they know where the property boundaries are, and apparently not every vehicle that goes out has the GPS system. So there are some supplementary systems too that they're using.
Yeah, the
That
signage
may or
helps
may
too.
not be as
Yep.
precise. So.
Yep.
Okay. So
I
we
just
will
want to say, I
discuss this
think-
again. Yeah.
No,
Sorry.
I think the only other thing I would add, I thought on the select board meeting, Courtney did a really nice job articulating for a, suburban to semi-rural area like ours, the limitations on the truck-based spraying in terms of just how far the cloud of adulticide will actually carry is pretty limited, and probably most effective in communities with a more grid-like pattern. But I think good discussion. I look forward to more of it.
And I think also urban areas aren't supporting the diversity of wildlife that might be here and be affected by the spray. I think mosquitoes, and then various other vermin, but maybe not the same butterfly or bee or dragonfly populations as we'd find here. So another difference in the city. Okay, so signage for Farm Pond. And we have folks here who've been helping. There's been a group effort to have a posting regarding the harmful algae or cyanobacteria blooms that have been cropping up in Farm Pond. So, sorry, I'm not organized at all for this.
Well, Darryl, I was out there
But-
today and the signage is up. So for the
there's some old, the signage that's up is old as far as I know, unless the new signage just went up in the last day. So we had some updates to that. And I'm trying to see if I have it readily available where maybe I could share, or Melinda or Tom, have you made any edits and you have a later version? Or shall I search for?
No, I just have the last one that you circulated. I thought we just had an FPAC meeting last night, and I thought Jeannie had said that she had posted the latest version.
Oh, really? Oh.
That it was, yeah. I didn't, I wasn't down there today because we closed the reservation. So I didn't get my swim in, but yeah, that's what she said last night. Does that make sense?
Okay. All right, I
Darryl,
have
the
been
one
out
that-
of town since yesterday evening.
The signs that are posted there, I took some pictures today. They upper part of it's yellow and it just one word, caution.
Yeah.
I don't know those are the old ones, if they're the old ones or the new ones, but they did have one at the boat ramp and one at the front entrance.
Okay. All right, then pending finding out if that's been posted and then that's taken care of. Sorry, I have to get my head on, but so one of the things in the change of the signage is I wanted to have sort of a two-step process with signage from Board of Health perspective of how do we alert people to the hazards. And I have to say the Farm Pond Advisory Committee has been doing an amazing job and Tom Trainer has really gone above and beyond in terms of training the Sherborn Yacht Club staff on using a microscope to evaluate what's in the water so they can determine whether it's an organism of concern. And the lifeguard staff is attuned to this as well. People are certainly noticing it and relaying information to various people when it does come up or calling it in. So one thing that it's difficult, it's very time consuming to do it. There's a lag sometimes between when it appears and when it can be sampled and analyzed and confirmed as to technically what the status is. Also, it may be occurring without people noticing it right away. So with the bacteria that we just discussed earlier tonight, we're able to have test results and then take an action based on that. This one is just is more complicated than the coliform testing of the water. So I want to have something that would tell people that this condition has been occurring. It can change rapidly. And here's a place that you can go and you can inform yourself about what risks you might be taking, what kind of things to watch out for that would tell you that you might have been exposed, be aware of any sensitivities you have, and put some of the responsibility in the hands of people rather than us every time there's a sign of any kind of green tint to the water, just shutting down the pond, which a lot of people would probably find very upsetting, myself included perhaps in that group, and have them understand too that we're doing our best to track it, but there will be delays between what it is and us evaluating it and understanding it better. And then if we do find something that confirms what the conditions are that requires a posting, then we can also add that posting. So I believe there's a note on hopefully the sign that's gone up that says, be aware that there may be other postings you should be reading about this. So that's the general gist. And we can always change it. These signs are not cast in bronze. So we can make improvements as we get feedback or go along or think of something different. But I was really concerned about the just blanket closing down for extended periods of time versus putting some responsibility into the hands of visitors to the pond and encouraging them to inform themselves about the issues. So, anything else you want to add, Melinda or Tom or anybody else?
Actually, this is Tom Darrell. That was a very good summary. Very challenging field. We have been seeing very low levels by the microscope of one of the potentially harmful cyanobacteria, but nothing like we saw last summer. So that's good.
Yeah, I would say that the condition of the water, the odors, the color is far more normal this year than last year. Some things I can still detect some of that cloudiness here and there, but the color has been much better the last few weeks compared to maybe June was not so good. And what else? And then, yeah. So, all right. Does anyone else have any questions about that? And certainly if you think of anything that you'd like to add, or you read the sign and you have an idea or whatever, just reach out and let us know. Okay. Do we have any further COVID-19 updates other than what we discussed earlier? Matt or Matt?
I think nothing specific.
Okay.
Yeah,
I think.
Oh, go ahead, Daryl.
No, go right ahead. I know you compiled data, so maybe that's.
I think the just kind of for general awareness, there will be a couple of discussions that will be happening through the auspices of the school. So there's a joint school committee meeting tomorrow night where I think they'll be reviewing the overall kind of plans for the year, as well as a series of parent meetings and faculty and staff meetings, I think, although I'm not totally sure on that, but that was my understanding that those will be happening next week as well. So there'll just be some additional discussion and communication, and I think answering of questions. In terms of the kind of COVID numbers we're seeing right now, we had the data pushed last week. I think overall we're seeing significant increases in different parts of the country behaving kind of very differently. I think we've been pretty fortunate in the Northeast so far. That's probably driven by pretty robust vaccine uptake. But if you sort of look across the country, you know, Massachusetts is about half the case rate of the US, which is itself about a third of the case rate of the kind of very high incidence communities right now. So, you know, we're definitely seeing an uptick. In the Boston area, we're seeing an uptick in COVID volume, although it's still much lower than it was in any of our previous surges, at least within the MGB system so far. And I think in general, you know, kind of don't want to jinx anything, but while we're seeing increases, I think it looks like we're still receiving significant benefit from vaccination. You know, I think the other piece that has come out in the last week is, you know, the boosters for folks who are immune compromised with a kind of specific subset of patients identified have been approved. And then I think today came out with recommendations that there will likely, or that there will be recommendations for a third dose booster for Pfizer, Moderna, likely coming out later this fall with a goal of being 8 months after the initial doses. So for, you know, those of us who are sort of COVID frontline, will probably be a little bit after our 8-month mark. For folks in the general community, they should be able to have access for third dose booster. A lot of that is based on data coming out of Israel, which had very rapid, very broad adoption with Pfizer, which has seen some kind of declination over time in effectiveness. Some of this looks to be driven by specific age groups where older adults are at higher risk of loss of efficacy sooner. And again, we still see significant protection against severe disease, including hospitalization or death. I think that in general, the access to community vaccine sites is robust enough that there's no specific need to, you know, kind of revisit policies there. I don't know if there will be any additional considerations when we have pediatric vaccines in terms of whether we'll have big cycles of lots of people seeking vaccination simultaneously, those slow things down again. But right now, it sounds like access is pretty good. I think that's all I got. Matt, anything else you would add?
I was just gonna second the comment on it. It seems like from what I'm hearing that access will be able to support boosters pretty well. So I don't anticipate there being sort of much additional logistics to be done there. And so hopefully we're in good shape. I think just because we've had such good uptake in Massachusetts, we have the reserve to be able to do that. I also just realized I hit 8 months today. So hopefully we hear more on that soon.
And then Daryl, I know we sort of added the late breaking ZBA hearings for the Dunkin' Donut hearing. I don't know what, do we want to transition to that if there's not more COVID?
Yeah, if you can, sorry, bring that up since I haven't had the pleasure of reading that email yet.
I actually didn't get that email.
Let me see if I can find it.
I know that there is an application coming. I don't know if that's the only matter on the next CBA hearing. So that would be one question, because then we could just talk about it more in the abstract. But if there are others that so ordinarily we provide some feedback to them, and I don't know when their meeting is.
Oh, I'm now reading, it looks like we can defer to September 1st, rereading Ellen's email. So let's defer to September 1st. Yes,
and okay, so that sounds like it's the email maybe that came a few days ago. All right, I thought there's something new I missed today.
No, this is from 2 o'clock.
Oh,
but I think we can push it to the, yep, I think we can push it to the 1st, so let's just go ahead and do that.
Yeah, there's something that's taking place, I think, on the 7th for that. And it's plans to take down the building, rebuild in the spot. Yeah. And yeah, so it's going to be certainly a septic capacity issue is my yes.
That's correct, Darren. I just forwarded to you in case you didn't get it. And Ellen did say, I didn't see that part, Matt, but Ellen did say it can wait for September 1st.
Okay. All right. Right, because there was quite a packet of information to go through for that. And the other issue, there was agenda items for the next time. So we've named a few. Another thing I'd like to consider is whether we need to do any outreach to child care centers. So not the schools, but the preschool sort of thing in Sherborn for updated COVID-19 support. I don't know if anyone has thoughts.
I think my sort of general thoughts there are, I have not reviewed the early childhood guidance and whether that's been updated. And so I don't think there's any updated guidance there, but let me try it and see if I can track anything down.
Okay.
And I'll try to address that before the next meeting.
And I know Ellen had communication. Oh, sorry.
No, go ahead.
Oh, I was going to say Ellen had communications with them in the past, and so she may have her finger on the pulse of that as well.
Sounds good. We can follow up with her when she's back.
Okay.
My understanding is that, sorry, my understanding is that the early education guidance has been there's been very little specific this year. Individual centers have been choosing to be a little more stringent and more similar to where we were last year. But I think the EES guidance has not put a lot of mandated much in the way of modifications, but probably worth looking at to be certain.
Okay. All right. So we can revisit that. And the other thing I'd like to keep in the back of our minds is that the ARPA funding that was provided to municipalities specifically notes that it's for public health initiatives. So we might want to think about what that might mean and how that could be used for anything we might need to do. Doesn't have to be COVID specific.
Can we get a toiletry and golden retriever for the Farm Pond Beach? Keep the geese off.
I don't see why not. I have to say I was a little creeped out by the very lifelike coyote fox that's on the Sherborn Yacht Club dock because it was quite good, except that it was immobile. But aside from that, it was convincing to me.
Can I volunteer my retriever?
Yes, would you please?
Yeah.
only if toilet trained. Otherwise, you
She's
just
great.
replace
She's
one
really
bottle with
good.
another.
That's what we need.
So there were
so for the
parts in the pond I could
go ahead.
smell the goose. Is it guano
Succulents.
for them, or that's only bats? I don't know. I was surprised. I had not detected that
I
before.
think it's best described by words one ought not record. So for next week, it sounds like for the agenda, we've got the discussion of the secondary well and proposed workflow, which I can be responsible for. I think we should have just an update in terms of any other late-breaking MIAA updates. I think we can assume that we'll get some guidance before then, but I would have assumed we'd get it before now. I don't expect us to need to vote on that, but it may be worth just briefly reviewing so people are aware. I don't think it needs to be a joint meeting. Matt, I can't think of any other COVID stuff. Does anything come to mind for you?
I don't think so. I think not for September 1.
Yeah, and then we'll have the reorg of the board, and we'll have
Variance hearings, most likely. And there's some other issues of applications that are going, a second well issue probably that we'll be discussing.
Okay. Even better reason to have a flow sheet kind of worked out.
Okay, and
That
so
sounds
our
great.
I think our last item is minutes.
So I think we
Sorry,
had the
I'm
May
on
5th
share
minutes.
stuff.
I looked at the May 5th minutes and didn't have any substantive updates.
Same here.
Okay, so then same here as well. So do we have a motion to approve the minutes as tweaked?
So moved.
So moved. Second,
Daryl, aye.
Matt Beaver's aye.
Matt Bataille, aye.
Excellent. All right, ready for adjourning?
Indeed.